your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes, yes, yes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Turn my headphones up. I can turn them up myself. Turn my headphones up. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for you today. And man, oh man, it's one thing to have conversations about what could, would, and should happen. But when you get an actual report about what the Kings have been doing, the number one thing I'm thinking at this point is, can the finals end already? No disrespect. And I hope it's a good finals. I have Thunder in 6. But can we just get this over with, right? I mean, I know it's sour grapes here, and I'm being honest about it. Can we just get it over with? The day after the last game of the NBA Finals, each NBA team may begin negotiating with upcoming free agents who finished the just completed season on its roster. Okay? There are reports from Brian Windhorst and Shams that this thing is going to happen quick. We're not going to have to wait a lot of time for these moves. Giannis might stay put. Sounds like he loves Milwaukee. He was talking to a Brazilian news outlet, says he hopes to be back in the finals with the Bucks very soon. So if Giannis doesn't move, first of all, thank the Lord, because the last thing that we needed is another super team in the West, okay? Stay yourself in the East, Giannis. That's what I have to say there. And that's just smarter. It's an easier path, even though the East is better than it was 5, 7, 10 years ago. It's an easier path. The Celtics are going to be without Jason Tatum for majority of next season, maybe the whole thing. Why would you come to the West? I've been saying it the whole time. Never understood it. Okay, you can go to New York if you want. You can do whatever you want. But why would you come to the West, even if it was to play with one of your favorite players, Steph Curry? Why would you do that, Giannis? Why would you do that? So we'll see what ends up happening. But the reports coming out now is that Giannis is staying put, which brings us to a domino effect all throughout the league. Actually, it's a very happy day. I know it doesn't happen often. It's a very happy day in Sacramento. Number one, Denzel Clarke, in the matter of about 3 or 4 days, made 2 of the best catches I've ever seen. And I can't wait to talk to third base coach Eric Martins about Denzel Clarke at 11. What we're looking at right now, people, one of the best defensive center fielders that we've seen in a very long time. And he's got a lot of work to do out in Sacramento because the balls be flying out there in Sutter Health Park. But Denzel Clarke, if you haven't seen it during one of the breaks here, check out the ridiculous catch that he made. And you know, when Kyle nerds out when it comes to basketball, you know me, when it comes to baseball, I love to nerd out. He literally goes full Spider-Man. Okay, so go check that out. So it's a happy day from that standpoint. It's also a happy day because if Giannis stays put, you know whose value goes up? This is what Chris Biederman told us about a month ago. And he said, hey, it's just based on where these players go. But if Giannis stays in Milwaukee, everybody's battling it out for Kevin Durant. And there's only one Kevin Durant, who, by the way, Kevin Durant, his price tag lowering a bit because he cost $50 million whatever dollars, and he's 37 years old. So Kevin Durant's price tag, but somebody's going to get him. Okay, the reports are it's going to happen around the NBA draft, sometime around there. That's why we need these finals to end. No disrespect to Halliburton and Shea, Butter, and everything that they got going on.
That's crazy that you're just like, get rid of the actual basketball so we can get to the trade.
I'm cool. Okay, this is what happens. This is sour grapes. My team's not playing. Okay, let's just get this over with. All right? I need the Thunder to take care of business. That's where I'm at with it. Game's not till tomorrow. Got to wait. Give me a break here. So it's a happy day because look who's going to be worth more value now. DeMar DeRozan. Everybody, Allen, the value. Well, as we know out here in Sacramento, as they build, and by the time this show is over, taking up to 2 p.m., how many houses in Sacramento will be built? I'll tell you, I cannot drive anywhere in Natomas. Over the weekend, we took baby Styles to her first birthday party. We're out in Rockland. I mean, they are slapping these houses together in the matter of months. Every time I go on Instagram, new community being built. Supply and demand, people. That's what it's all about. And the demand and the supply, it matters. So when we look at DeMar DeRozan and Giannis deciding to stay put, all these teams, now Kevin Durant's connected to the Knicks. Well, okay, let's say he goes to the Knicks. What do the Rockets do? They can't run it back. What do some of these other teams do that were a bucket getter away? Let's see here. I don't want to mess up my young core's timeline. I don't want to take opportunities away from them. I don't want to spend a ton of money. I don't want to give up a bunch of draft capital. Who could help us in that situation? Well, I'll tell you who it is. He should have came home. And he came home. And now he's going to another home. And another home. And another home. This is a happy day in Sacramento. If Giannis stays put, then at the same time, we don't have to deal with a price tag. Because if Giannis did get moved or does get moved, we have to look at what Giannis got moved for. And obviously, those packages would be completely different. But if Giannis doesn't get moved, there's nothing that we have to compare it to. Kevin Durant right now, he's kind of a one-off. He is one of the best scorers in the history of the game. And he's 37 years old. We don't know what that's going to look like. And I do think it matters. Don't get me wrong. If Kevin Durant goes for, a box of cereal and some paper clips, that's not going to bode well for DeMar DeRozan. But I don't think he will. I just think nobody is ever going to do the Mikal Bridges 5. I shouldn't say never say never. Nobody's going to do the 5 draft picks for a player, at least not in the near future. So that's the whole thing with Kevin Durant. It's give us some younger players. You got to make the money work. So give us some vets that are respectable and give us a couple first-round picks, right? So after that deal gets made, sounds like it's New York, but of course it sounds like New York is the new Lakers, by the way, because everybody needs to go to New York. Every free agent's going to go to New York. That's what it is now. Jason Kidd sounds like he's connected to New York. So that's the situation. So it's a happy day. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, as we mentioned, and I was just talking to him before the show, we hope to get him on sometime this week. Grant Afseth is going to join us, hopefully at some point. And he put out an article that has the Sacramento Kings world on fire from RG Media. He says that per sources, the Kings have been in talks with the Hawks about Trey Young. They've stalled a little bit. And they've been in talks with the Cavs on Darius Garland. Now, what did we report just yesterday? Darius Garland, in that great toe injury, he just had surgery. And it is projected that he will miss the beginning of the season. Could this be a situation where the Kings get a little bit of a discount because other teams are saying, I don't want to make that move because I don't know what Darius Garland's going to be. He's already 6'0". He's already, a smaller guard in the league, and now he's dealing with the toe. Last season, he had something with his eye. There's always kind of something going on. So can the Kings get a little bit of value there? So we have a couple head-to-head comparisons that we're going to break down throughout the show. We have Darius Garland to Trey Young, and we also have Darius Garland to another player who will remain nameless for now. Okay, we got a couple different games going on. As Darius, I'm going to compare. Here's the hint, okay? Another small guard, but in the Western Conference. And when I give you this head-to-head, it's pretty funny. You could have Darius Garland, but we could already have Darius Garland at home. At home is in the Western Conference. So I'll tell you who that is. Also, we have that head-to-head with, obviously, Darius Garland and Trey Young. When it comes to the trade candidate of the day, you know what? I'm just going to have fun with this one. This is just a classic. This is the old school. This is old school. Think prior to DeMar DeRozan, prior to Zach LaVine, prior to all of it. De'Aaron Fox is still on the team. And this is a guy that we used to talk about all the time. And once again, it ain't Kyle Kuzma. Those are your only hits. Only hints.
Think back to the summer of 2023 and how many damn shows this station and everyone else did about this one player. I don't even think this player counts as like, they were close. It's just everyone kept saying, go get this guy, go get this guy, go get this guy.
When it comes to the NFL, which is coming up at noon, I tell you why I was feeling really good about the Niners and the Raiders until I saw a couple different rankings and a couple different write-ups. What is it that I possibly could have seen? And in the 1 o'clock hour, we bring back What Are We Doing? And today's What Are We Doing?
What are we doing?
Today's What Are We Doing is essentially my gears getting grinded over the fact that you make a reservation, you make an appointment, and then they send you a text or an email asking you to confirm it. If I didn't cancel it, why the hell do I have to confirm it? I made the reservation. I made the appointment. I'm sick of these text messages. That's coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. What are we doing? When we return, we get into the nooks and cranny of the Grant Seth article about Trey Young and Darius Garland. What's happening out here in Sacramento? Get you a point guard, even though we had one. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, looking for something positive in the midst of a dismal stretch for the A's, center fielder Denzel Clarke, finishing his second weekend in the big leagues and playing in his hometown of Toronto, went 4 for 9 with a home run in the last 3 games of the series and also made a sensational Spider-Man leaping catch over the wall in center field, robbing Alejandro Kirk of a home run. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m., we will be joined by Coach Eric Martins at 11. And yes, I'm in conversation with Grant Seth right now, trying to get him on the show sometime this week. He's covering the Dallas Wings as well. So he says he's doing some stuff for them tomorrow. So the hope is
Beckers.
That's right. The hope is to get him on the show sometime this week as we take you up to 2 p.m. And this is what Grant had to say about the situation. The Sacramento Kings, and this is on RG Media, RG.com, I believe. The Sacramento Kings have identified Cleveland Cavaliers point guard Darius Garland as a trade target as they seek to address the team's vacancy lead guard this offseason, multiple sources told RG. Sacramento is motivated to find a long-term solution at point guard after trading De'Aaron Fox in February, even though they didn't have to. I added that at the end. Grant didn't say that. However, Garland recently underwent toe surgery and faces a lengthy recovery timetable. It remains to be seen if he will be available to start the regular season, which is naturally a factor any potential trade suitor must weigh. If his recovery extends on the longer side, he could miss training camp, limiting his ability to build chemistry with new teammates and coaches. And I think that's really important. We'll get to Trey Young in a second here, but yeah, Darius Garland is somebody that we did have on our trade target. We've already kind of talked about him, but we're going to do it again right now. To me, look, he's in that 24 to 26 range that I love to talk about. He played 75 games at 20.6 points per game. He was an all-star, 2.9 rebounds per game, 6.7 assists per game, 47.2 Field goal percentage, 40.1% from 3-point range, from the free throw range. And my biggest issue, I'm looking here, Kyle, my biggest issue with Darius Garland is, look, this has been a pretty healthy season, so this is what we're dealing with. I'm just really big. Ever since a coach told me you can't make the club in the tub, I will always lean on players that I know will play. And after going through, and I got even more PTSD from Malik Monk not playing these last two postseasons. It ain't Malik's fault, and I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying I like dudes that I'm always going to err on the side of guys that are just on the court, right? That's just how I typically am. So you have Darius Garland here. Okay, he's a two-time All-Star. He entered the league in the 2019-2020 season. 59 games, 54 games, 68 games, 69 games, 57 games, and this past season, 75 games. Cool, but then unavailable during the playoffs, right, for a decent amount of the playoffs. So that's what worries me about Darius Garland. I really, really want to tell people who this tease is or who the head-to-head comparison is, because you might think I'm crazy until I read the stats, but I'm going to keep teasing it until we get to it a little bit later in the show. But to me, he is a high-price version, and this is why I'm saying it with this comparison to this other player who will remain nameless for now, because he's just a high-price version, and you can get this type of production to me somewhere else and maybe it's not the same, but I don't know that I want to pay this premium price for Darius Garland when I don't really know what Darius Garland is going to be.
Well, and then you add in the injury concern.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? Because
here, real quick, Kyle, 39.4 is what he's owed this upcoming season, 39.4 million, then 42 million, and then 44.8 million. And I know we can keep doing this game, but Darius Garland, and I know big threes are going wherever, but Darius Garland, Zach LaVine, and Domantas Sabonis, I don't think anybody's getting night sweats over that big three.
Well, and to the point about the injuries, right? If this is a 4 to 5 month recovery process, which is what Shams reported yesterday with the toe surgery, the great toe, the great toe mystery of Darius Garland. What did we talk about all last year? There was no continuity. There was no practice. They needed a training camp.
That's a great point.
If you now have the risk of him not being there for said training camp and you only have a 45-game window to make this work, right? Because if the Kings are in 12th or 13th place come trade deadline, they're probably going to expedite that process and start tearing it down. So I think Garland is going to ultimately remain on the Cavaliers, not because the Cavs don't want to trade him or don't want to get out of the second apron situation, but because the injury lowers his value. And therefore, unless someone's going to pay premium price for I guess we could say at this point, number 3 point guard who is not going to potentially be around for training camp, I think it might behoove the Cavs. And it's not like he's on an expiring deal either. I think it might behoove the Cavs to just hold on to him unless they get another Darius Garland type point guard in return.
So I'm looking here. So now let's move to Trey Young. And this is what Grant had to say about Trey Young. While Sacramento has interest in Garland, multiple sources told RG that the Atlanta Hawks have spoken with the Kings on a potential trade framework centered around Trey Young in recent weeks. However, those talks have since stalled. The outcome of Young's contract talks with the guard eligible for a 4-year, $229 million extension. Kyle, we got to get the annual on that one. I'm sure you can do it in your head. Is monitored closely by teams around the league. For teams seeking a shot creator and playmaker, he could be an attainable option to pursue. Atlanta appears to be conducting due diligence in the event a trade is necessary.
I love that I'm just your numbers monkey. And by the way, it's $57.2 million.
Mama! Whoa!
$57 million per year.
Year?
Per year. That's an average. It'll be like 51 the first year, 54 the next year, 57 the next year, 60 the last year.
So it's a situation where, hey, trade whoever he gets traded to, he would expect to offer him that.
Not necessarily. I don't know if anyone is going to offer him that.
Including the Hawks.
Yes. Which is why if he gets traded, he either does a sign and trade with the Hawks, so he gets the full contract from someone else, I think, or he gets traded in like the Luka situation. He's now only eligible for a max instead of a service time. You're allowed to re-sign with the team that you were just with.
Because this isn't a super max.
No, it's a max with bird rights. And the easiest way I can explain that is only the Hawks can offer him that because it's supposed to incentivize the Hawks to want to keep their player they've had before.
Yeah, that's crazy.
If he gets traded, I think it goes down to just a normal max, which is 30% of whatever the salary cap is going to be next year.
You cannot give Trey Young that money.
I'm not saying you can't give Trey Young that money.
I'm saying you cannot give Trey Young that money.
I'm saying you can't give Trey Young and Zach LaVine that money.
No. you can't do that.
You can give Trey Young $50 million. You can't give Trey Young and Zach LaVine $50 million.
That's I'm not. Yeah, that you can't do that. So let's just assume that he will not be getting that type of money. Okay,
it'll still be 45+ million if they sign him to an extension. Now maybe they don't sign him to an extension.
But again, relatively speaking, and keeping things palatable, right? I would say, yeah, whatever you just said, 45 is way more palatable than 57.
It'll be 45 to 50.
Just on principle. That's insanity.
I guess I could look up what the max deal was. Whatever Paul George signed for last summer would theoretically be what he could sign for.
Which everybody is saying that's a bad contract, but you would at least expect Trey Young to play more. Paul George, by the way, is getting
4-year, $212.
This is getting crazy. Yeah, look, here's the thing, and now I understand why. So initially I had said I would prefer Trey Young, but if you're dealing with the injuries of Darius Garland, but a cheaper price tag and a younger player versus the Trey Young situation where he's going to get paid more, he's going to expect to be paid more, and he's a little bit older.
Or you're potentially trading for him as a 1-year rental.
I'm okay. I mean, I'm okay with that based on what you give up as well.
Right.
He's got that player option after he's getting 45.9 right now or going into next season. Then he has a player option for 48.9, which he would opt into. I think we're not going to extend you. You got 2 years. You got 2 years with him. I would assume he opts in.
It's, again, there's a lot that would have to play out, but it depends who has cap space come 2026, right? Because no one has cap space this summer except like Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot more teams that are going to have cap space come the summer of 26, only because people were preparing for that to be the year the salary cap goes up.
When we return, let's look at the head-to-head between Darius Garland and Trey Young. Who would you rather have on the Kings come next season? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free select DeWalt, Craftsman, or Cobalt tool with purchase of a select battery kit. Plus, get a free Werner 2-foot aluminum ladder when you buy an 8-foot fiberglass ladder. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are two new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com. Your one-stop Honda shop.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Our head-to-head, the tale of the tape between Trey Young and Darius Garland. We were looking at, they're both owed a lot of money next season. Darius Garland's contract situation, 3 years left on his deal. No player option, no team option. He'll just become a free agent, or I guess there could be conversations about an extension down that line. Trey Young, kind of a quicker situation and Trey Young, by the way, is only 26. I think a lot of people, I personally thought if you had told me who's older, Trey Young or Darius Garland, technically Trey Young's older by a year. I would have told you Trey Young is probably 28, 29, and he's not, which is good.
You know what they say about point guards?
What undersized point guards?
You know what they say about 6-footers?
Yeah, that's hey-yo. As we take a look at the head-to-head, so Darius Garland, and you know what, man, Kyle, give me the because I am off my rocker today. Can you give me this? Darius Garland has played more games than Trey Young. 132 to 130. But again, if you had told me,
well, they're only one draft class apart, right?
Darius Garland is younger and has played more games, okay? And he's cheaper. Now I see the vision in why everybody was saying that they would go with Darius Garland.
The visions are
mine were
now.
not.
Well,
this morning.
They're only 1 year. They're only one draft class apart, so it's not like Darius Garland is this baby child that was drafted, 4 years ago.
No, and it's not as if Trey Young is an elder statesman as well. Trey Young, I'm looking at his numbers, right? 81 games his rookie year, 60, then 63, then 76, then 73, then 54. He was still an all-star last season, but 54 games and then 76 games this season. So pretty similar in the amount of games that have been played. Here is the rest of the tale of the tape. Like we said, Darius Garland would be paid about 10 mil less than Trey Young, around there, more like 7 mil less. Here is the breakdown. Points per game, Trey Young is at 24.8, while Darius Garland is at 19.5. Rebounds per game, 3 in the direction of Trey Young to 2.8. Assists per game, Trey Young is averaging 11.3 assists for his career.
That can't be right.
That cannot be right. It is right. No, excuse me.
No, it's not.
No, you know what? This StatHead is kind of messed up here because they have some career. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's literally them against each other. I don't know what's going on here because Trey Young's played 483 games. So this whole thing is a mess.
So Trey Young 483, Darius Garland.
Yeah, this is specifically a 2024 to 2025 head-to-head comparison, okay?
Yeah, Darius Garland. So the last 2 years, you're saying he's played more. Darius Garland has played 100 less games than Trey Young.
Yes. So
Trey Young is actually healthier, barely, but slightly healthier than Darius Garland.
Right. Excuse me on that one. So 24.8 points per game for Trey Young this past season to 19.5. Three rebounds per game to Darius Garland's 2.8. 11.3 assists per game this past season to Darius Garland's 6.7. Steals per game, they're both at 1.3. I'm going to skip over blocks. Field goal, Darius Garland at 46% to Trey Young at 41%. 3-point percentage, Darius Garland at 38 to Trey Young at 35. Free throw, 86 to 86. So pretty similar. Trey Young, you look at the All-Stars, and obviously Trey Young has been around for a longer period of time. So it's 382 games, like Kyle said, to Trey Young's 483. Trey Young came in the league 2018, 2019, to be fair, and then Darius Garland came in the league 2019, 2020. So
1 year difference in draft class. Also, they were both the number 5 pick in the draft.
Yeah, StatHead. I don't know what StatHead's got going on. I don't know what was happening there, but ultimately they're pretty darn similar. The age is pretty similar as well. It's just the price tag. Basically, you're getting Darius Garland for a bit of a discount. And the question is, how much better is Trey Young than Darius Garland? And do you think Trey Young is better than Darius Garland?
Well, the other part of it, too, is if the Trey Young deal comes with a long-term extension, then Trey Young intrinsically is more valuable, right? Because right now, you only have 1 year plus a player option on Trey Young versus 3 years of Darius Garland. But if he opts out and signs an extension, then you're looking at a 5 years of Trey Young versus 3 years of Darius Garland, at which point Trey Young becomes more valuable than Darius Garland.
But that's what's so funny, because I don't know that the Kings are even looking at it like that. I don't even know if the Kings, they don't want to get into bed with anybody for that amount of time. I don't know if the Kings look at it like that, because I don't know that the Kings want Trey Young for 5 years, because they don't know what they're doing as it pertains to long-term plans. That is why Trey Young might be they might be looking at Trey Young for this next year, and then, hey, maybe you opt in or opt out. They're not looking at it, in my opinion, oh, we get to hold on to Trey Young for 5 years, because I don't know what the hell they're doing in 5 years.
But do the Hawks look at it that way? Do the Hawks say, we'll get another pick or a player if he signs an extension with you?
Right.
Therefore, we want him to sign with whatever team they trade him to.
Which is why, going back to Grant's article, the conversation has been that it's stalled, which is not surprising at all.
Well, yeah, because I don't think there's this robust trade market for Trey Young at this point. How many teams are looking for a point guard at that price, right? It's the Kings because they just lost their star point guard. And a team that has a disgruntled point guard situation. Like, if you flip Darius Garland for Trey Young, that would be kind of surprising, but it's like both teams would get off of their problem or whatever they view as a problem. I don't know why the Cavs are so eager to move off of Darius Garland, but it would be understandable if you made a swap for a point guard. There's not a ton of teams that are contending and don't have a star guard.
No, I'm looking at them now. I mean, you cannot, I think same idea. Are you really going to pay if you're I don't know what the Suns are doing, but the Suns the Suns need a lot, but I don't know that the Suns are in the market to pay Trey Young $50 million, right? I'm just going through some of these.
Unless the Hawks want Bradley Beal.
Well, that would be a way to just cook their situation. Hey, let's just tank. So that might not be crazy. It might not be crazy if you're the Hawks. So if you make the decision, let's just take Bradley Beal so that money just disappears eventually.
And this is the stupid thing about all of this. Bradley Beal can just say no, which is the stupidest thing about the whole Bradley Beal situation.
I'm just looking at these other teams, to your point, Kyle, that A, are contending, and B, are willing or would be willing to pay him that money, because I don't think the Miami Heat would want to pay Trey Young that money. They'll just say, I think Tyler Hero and Devin Booker are similar as far as we can play point guard at a pretty decent level. Yeah, and that's kind of what we saw. I think that's what we saw on a different level this past season, right? I think that the Kings saw, and not that I don't believe that the Kings thought that Malik was Devin Booker, but maybe they thought he was closer to a Tyler Hero than he was. And they said, well, we've seen them do it with Devin Booker. James Harden has been a point guard and has been off ball. Now, I know these players are better than Malik Monk. Tyler Hero he's better than Malik Monk, but it's not egregiously better. Tyler Hero has gone from shooting guard to point guard. Maybe we can get some version of that. And they just didn't. But I think the Heat can say, I'll take Tyler Hero playing point guard for now instead of paying, and maybe whatever David Mitchell's going to give, because that's what the Heat do to be in the 9 seed, instead of paying Trey Young or Darius Garland $50 million.
Well, right, and we just go through the contenders and their guard situation. I'm not going to say point guard specifically, but like, you're not going to put an undersized point guard with a guard that also is offense heavy.
The only other thing I'm looking at right here is, and I love them, but again, if you're the Hawks just deciding we're cooking this season anyway, I think I might be onto something here. If you're the Bucks, do you say, hey, we'll take Trey Young because Dame can't play. Dame goes to Hotlanta, doesn't play. They make a decision, and Dame, it would be a pretty sad ending for Dame's career, but the Hawks then get off of all that money.
But it doesn't work because the Bucks have no draft picks. So
yeah,
the Bucks have nothing to offer them.
Trey, welcome to Sacramento, brother.
Well, I mean, look, I'm just going to go through the West real quick. Thunder, they have SGA. Rockets, they have Van Fleet and Jalen Green. I know some people don't love that, but they're not going to put Trey Young and Jalen Green together. I promise you that.
You can't.
Lakers, Luka. Nuggets, Jamal Murray. Clippers, James Harden. Timberwolves, Anthony Edwards. I know they have Mike Conley. They can't afford to put they just got off of Cat's contract. They can't afford it. Warriors, Steph Curry. Grizzlies, Ja Morant. Mavericks, Kyrie Irving. Suns, you just talked about them. Probably not going to put Trey Young and Devin Booker together. You could go to the East. Cavs, Darius Garland. Celtics, Drew Holiday. Knicks, Jalen Brunson. Pacers, Tyrese Halliburton. Pistons, Cade Cunningham. There's not a lot of teams that are true contenders right now that fit the Trey Young bill.
No. So I think that is a good situation for the Kings, but it ultimately comes back to what you think of Trey Young and or Darius Garland as well.
Yeah, the Garland one is a different situation, though, because the Cavs want to win right now. The Hawks are essentially saying, by trading Trey Young, we've got our young guys for the future. We're going to go to the bottom of the lottery for a couple of years. And by 2027, we're going to have Dyson Daniels, Jalen Johnson, Zachary Risache, and a couple other young and a Kongwu and a couple other young guys, and then we'll be ready to make that leap, right? Mm-hmm. That would be the rationale, because otherwise they should just extend Trey Young and keep him. I think their roster makes sense together. They won 40 games this year. I think they're just banking on Jalen Johnson or Reece Shea or Dyson Daniels becoming an all-star in the future.
So the question becomes, are you ready for a point guard that you're just going to compare to De'Aaron Fox, right? I mean, because that's what we're going to do. And do you think that he'll be able to do what De'Aaron Fox did? Or, again, that's what's so funny. If you go for these quote-unquote big fish, they're almost not even big fish. They're just more expensive fish. Because you could, if the Kings go get P.J. Washington and Tyus Jones, all right, versus a lesser, and maybe you could still get PJ, I don't know. PJ Washington and Tyus Jones, PJ Washington and Trey Young, or PJ Washington and Darius Garland. I'd love to put it in Fanspo because I don't know how many more wins you're getting. You're just spending more money. And maybe that's disrespectful to Trey Young and Darius Garland, but to me, we go from PJ and Tyus Jones, which is a 6 seed conversation, to PJ and Trey Young, or PJ and Darius Garland, which goes to a 6 to maybe 4 seed conversation if you're lucky. But I still wouldn't be surprised if that team missed the playoffs. So you're just paying more money. And this is why on the other side, we're going to hear from Brian Windhorst about how things are going to happen quickly. And I will get to that comparison, which might be disrespectful, but your parents ever say to you, hey, I want McDonald's. We got McDonald's at home. Maybe the Kings have McDonald's at home. That guy's just in Utah. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Oh, tasty high note. Oh, hi, don't mind me. I'm practicing my new baritone sax. I just heard PayPal's paying for people's stuff every day for 100 days, and there's 10 million up for grabs. All you have to do is use PayPal checkout online. So there's never been a better time to buy a few things off the old wish list. Like this leaf blower! PayPal could pay for your purchase. The Great PayPal Checkout.
No purchase necessary ends July 18th. See official rules at paypal.com/thegreatpaypalcheckout/terms. Participating merchants only must use PayPal checkout online. Coverage of up to $100 and eligible purchases per card.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. But there is a choice to get help for this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosemat.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Coach Eric Martins joins us in about 15 minutes. And before we get to my possible disrespect of Darius Garland and Trey Young with my option that's out there, Kyle, let's hear from Brian Windhorst, who says, and this is why I keep saying the finals, it's cool, right? Thunder, can you just get it over with? And I know Halliburton, hashtag the moment, that's his new nickname. I know we might have a good couple games here. I'll look, man. Can we just get to this offseason? You know, the Kings are at home. They're in, you know, they're sipping wine. They're doing their thing. They're making their money. It's all fine and good. Can we just get to the offseason here? Thank you for your time.
It is so crazy that you're just like, I just want the basketball season.
I'm not the only one that feels like that.
What about the pageantry? What about
there is no pageantry? It looks like a normal game.
What about the
what about what?
The finals? This is the moment. We're about to crown a new generation of NBA stars.
You know, I feel as if Kings fans can't even enjoy the finals because they don't even know what it tastes like. I feel like, you know, this is like a different language to Kings fans. I don't speak finals.
I mean, we don't have to be patronizing here.
I'm just saying. I've been out here for a couple years, and I'm completely disconnected from the finals because we're worrying about fighting to stay out of a play-in.
Oh, I get the Warriors going to the finals every other year.
That's not what I'm saying.
All of a sudden, I can't get into the finals.
I'm just saying that for the finals, my mom...
I'm in the Bay Area, and the Warriors go to the finals every year.
My mom jokes a lot because... or not even jokes. My sister and I, we joke her about it because, you know, she's from Panama. So there are certain things when she came out here, there are certain things within the culture or different cultures, whether that's African-American, whatever the case may be. She just didn't understand. So she would hear different things. She, you know, went to Norfolk State and she said, I don't understand that culture. Kings fans just don't understand finals culture. And I've been out here for a couple. Look, I'm a Raider fan. I don't understand Super Bowl culture. I don't know what that is. I mean, besides that year with the Bucks when they lost, I'm completely disconnected from the Super Bowl.
Well, we can't all be winners like Kansas City.
No, I know we can't.
You covering sports in the Bay Area for however many years, the Warriors were in the finals 6 times.
I just got a bit lucky. And now I'm just be over with. I got no connection to these teams besides the Halliburton thing. How many times can we spin this Halliburton thing? Good for him, man. He didn't want to be traded. He's got bigger fish to fry. He didn't think about Sacramento. When's the last time Tyrese Halliburton thought about Sacramento? Over under a year.
When was the last time they were in Sacramento?
When he was in the Where's Waldo outfit. That's the last time.
Yeah,
and he wasn't even playing.
When he almost got Mike Brown fired. But then it was the next game that Jaden Ivey's foul happened that got Mike Brown fired.
So let's just get to it. Kyle, let's hear what Brian Windhorst has to say once this finals is over.
The NBA offseason is going to happen faster than normal.
Okay.
I think the majority of the action in this offseason is going to occur around the draft. Typically, we get most of the action between June 30th and about July 3rd. I think this year, because it's not really a free agent year, it's going to and there's going to be, Molly, potentially there's going to be 3 or 4 picks in the lottery that might be available, might be movable. Teams moving out, teams moving up, teams moving back. And so that's going to be attached to bigger deals. So let's put it this way. Shams has cleared his calendar and he's preparing to work his hardest around the draft. And we are going to go right from the NBA finals into the free agent, or into the offseason headlong. You're going to get your action very soon.
Love to hear it. All right. Come on, Thunder. Wrap this up, man.
Wrap this up so we can get KD and Colin Sexton trades.
Wrap this up. Wrap it up, B. I need that Dave Chappelle sound. Wrap it up. I need that box. I need the stereo. Wrap it up, B. So I have 3 players here. We already talked about Trey Young and Darius Garland. So I have a comparison here, and here's the third player, okay? Trey Young at 24 points per game, 3 rebounds per game, 11 assists per game, all right? And Trey Young is making $45.9 million. Darius Garland, 20.6 points per game, 2.9 rebounds per game, 6.7 assists per game. He is making $39.4 million. Player C, 18.4 points per game, 2.7 rebounds per game, 4.2 assists per game. By the way, their 3-point percentages, Trey Young at 41%, you have Darius Garland at 40%, and you have player C with at 40%. Okay, player C, as far as the threes he was taking per game, player C took 4.3 threes per game. You have Darius Garland taking 7.1 threes per game, and you have Trey Young taking 8.4 threes per game. So this guy didn't take as many threes as the other two, but like I said, $45.9 million for Trey Young. You have Darius Garland at $39.4 million, and this guy is at a measly $18.9 million. Now, he would be a version of a rental unless things went well, because he will be a free agent, but he's going to be much cheaper for you. Kyle, am I crazy if I just say, like I just ended the last segment, okay? You have Trey Young, Darius Garland, and PJ Washington. I just don't know where we're going with this as far as the ceiling of this team. I don't know how much higher the ceiling is. Just go get Colin Sexton at $18 million. That's player C. Just go get Colin Sexton.
Even though he doesn't pass your point guard rule?
He doesn't, but he's only $18.9 million. Maybe in a more, I would say this. Definitely go get Colin Sexton if we're comparing Darius Garland and his great toe. Trey Young, at least we know he can go crazy. Sometimes he hunts assists, but he can go crazy in the assist category. And I like Darius Garland. Yeah, he's nearly 7 assists per game. That was also a crazy season for the Cavs where so much went right. I know more about Trey Young. I feel like if you're going to go Darius Garland, I would rather just take a chance on Colin Sexton. You're not winning the whole thing. You're just paying a slightly better version of the same guy $20 million more. So I would say Trey Young is one thing, and maybe I'm overvaluing Trey Young, but if we're talking about Darius Garland, who may not even be ready for the season, Colin Sexton is a dog. We've all seen that video where he's staring at the dude at the free throw line. You know he at least competes defensively. Go get, if it's between Darius Garland and Trey Young, or I would not even look at Darius Garland in that way for all that money. Just y'all ain't doing nothing anyway. You don't speak finals. You speak play-in. Just go get Colin Sexton so we can just hurry this thing up and just blow it up eventually.
Is Colin Sexton what you want to cash in the DeMar DeRozan trade chip for? Because it's like Colin Sexton only does but so much to help your team.
Okay, but how are we acquiring Trey Young then?
Trey Young is a higher ceiling.
Excuse me, Darius Garland. Because I would do the Trey Young deal. I wouldn't take Colin Sexton instead of Trey Young to save that money, but I would take Colin Sexton instead of Darius Garland to save that money.
Well, so when we did the trades back on May 29th, which was when we did our Darius Garland candidate of the day, we said it was going to be Garland and Okoro for DeRozan, Monk, Devin Carter, and 2 firsts. And then the Cavs can figure out what to do with DeRozan after that. Or it was a 3-team trade to get the Cavs a point guard that was Garland, Max Strus, and Nimi Keita for DeRozan, Keon Ellis, Malik Monk, and Devin Carter.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Give me the first one again.
Darius Garland and Isaac Okoro for DeRozan, Monk, Devin Carter, and 2 first-round picks.
No. I would just take Colin Sexton.
You would take Colin Sexton for, DeRozan.
And that's straight up?
Sexton for DeRozan. I mean, the Kings would probably get something else.
Yeah, I would rather do that.
Not much, I would guess. Colin Sexton also isn't really that good. I hate to burst the bubble on that.
But I'm not bursting a bubble. How good are the Kings with Darius Garland?
Better than the Kings with Colin Sexton?
How much? $20 million a year better?
And, you're paying more for Garland or Trey Young than you would be for...
That's what I'm saying. 20 mil.
Yeah, I guess you're making the point of getting a PJ Washington or a Herb Jones instead of trying to get an all-star level wing, right? Is like just fill the gap, don't compromise any of the long-term future, and then you can tear it down at the end.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting hung up more on the Colin Sexton name itself than anything else, but yes, you're making the point that getting a Colin Sexton, Kobe White, Jordan Clarkson is a more feasible long-term move
or short-term
than trying to trade for one of those stars with not a lot that these other teams want in return.
I would, just because of the gravity. And maybe like I said, maybe I'm overvaluing Trey Young. I, loved him in college, as most of us did. Maybe I'm overvaluing Trey Young, but I would not. If I'm trying to save money, I would still do the Trey Young deal, depending on what it would cost. We can relook at those deals. I am not doing either of those trades that you mentioned I'm not doing either of those trades for Darius Garland. Just give me Colin Sexton and just hope that it ends sooner rather than later. Well, what's about to begin is our Coach's Show segment with Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. We talk about Denzel Clarke's ridiculous catch and the A's getting back on the winning side of things as they won a series against the Orioles. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway, because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. SubcontractorsUnited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Get a great deal on your new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore.
Great selection, great factory financing and incentive.
And great Maida Chevy savings on every new Silverado in stock.
Online at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
You're home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
It's 11 o'clock on the dot, which means, as always, we are joined by Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Coach, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, you got it. Of course.
Let's start here, Coach. I mean, where else are we going to start? I've never seen anything like it. Denzel Clarke. And, you read something, because we spoke when Denzel Clarke first got pulled up, and hey, if the bat's there, this guy, it looks like he could be a Gold Glove center fielder. And I read the words, and I heard you say it to me. I watched the highlights, sure, in the minors. But what this guy is doing, there is catch radius. Okay, I know all these nerd baseball stats now. The catch radius on this guy is incredible. What were your thoughts as you're watching that play happen and he's scaling all the way up the wall to rob that home run?
I'll tell you what. I mean, a ball goes out in center field. Unless it's going to end up in the mountains or on the freeway at Anaheim Stadium, he's catching this ball.
Yeah.
So just watching him out there, I mean, it's just fun to watch. I mean, the way he tracks balls, the way he goes after it, the way he has the ability to scale a wall, climb over a wall, almost flip over, but has enough core strength to bring himself back, land on his feet, and is pumped up. I mean, this guy's incredible. I mean, it's unbelievable. That's by far the best catch I have ever seen. When I ran by, it was funny. I was talking to Ron Washington, their manager, before the game, who I've known for years, and he was asking me, he's like, "So tell me about your center field." I said, "Wash," I said, "This guy's incredible." I said, "He's going to do something in this series that you're just going to be like," and sure enough, that first inning, he makes that catch. Wash looks over at me, and he throws his hands up, and he just has a big smile on his face because Wash appreciates that stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
Even though we robbed a home run, but he appreciates plays and athletes like that and going after it. And that whole next inning when I was at a third base, their third base coach, Bull Porter, who I played with here in Oakland, was a center fielder. He could go get it himself. And he's like, I've never seen anything like that. And I was just like, yeah, just wait. You're going to see more probably. So,
yeah, incredible. Talking to Coach Eric Martins. And I've been thinking about this, Coach, because you go to the MLB draft, which is right around the corner with the College World Series coming up and everything like that. And when you look at the draft, most of the time you got it's about four positions that are drafted, right? You got your pitchers, you got your catchers. It's basically the middle of the field. Pitchers, catchers, shortstops, center fielders, and then your big boppers that you'll get to as well. As we're watching the Chris Taylors of the world and even the Mookie Betts of the world, it feels like I had always said that shortstops, obviously pitchers are in a different world, but shortstops and catchers and center fielders, those are your three premium positions. And as of late, no disrespect to an Aaron Judge or even a Cody Bellinger, it feels like to me that the center field position has maybe dropped to that 1B tier when it comes to those premier or elite positions. And they'll throw some different guys in there. How nice is it to have an old school, pure, high-level center fielder that's where he's supposed to be and nowhere else?
Well, I mean, you see what he's doing, and you're seeing how much he just helps our defense, right? And, not to say anything about J.J. Bleday, who did a great job out in center field for us, but you're seeing the difference of him being able to go back, track balls with pure speed and athleticism. J.J. did a good job. He was more efficient. But this guy's incredible. This guy's an outlier. He's already got 8 outs above average in 16 games. That's ridiculous. And he's already 7th in the league in outs above average. And we're 60 games in. So it's ridiculous what this guy is doing. And being able to have a guy in a premium position like that, I mean, it just makes your defense that much better. But you're right. I mean, when I scouted for 7, 8 years, you're drafting up the middle. You want those arms, you want those center fielders, you want the shortstop, and you want the catcher. Because if you're strong up the middle, you're going to have a strong team. So having a guy like Denzel go out there and cover, 2/3 of that outfield just makes you that much more better, and you're more apt to maybe put a guy that maybe doesn't have that much more range, but he can make up that ground for that guy in that outfield spot. So.
Coach, we're always looking for the positives here, and you got that series win against the Orioles. I don't know what's going on with the Orioles, by the way. Last couple seasons, they're supposed to be the up-and-coming team, but since May 17th, that's kind of when your rough stretch started. But during that rough stretch, you had two of the most valuable players in the game in Jacob Wilson and Lawrence Butler. So talk about how, it was a rough stretch, but we really like the fact that, Jacob Wilson has been going all season long. He's running away with this Rookie of the Year. But to get Lawrence Butler back right after signing that contract, and maybe he's pressing a little bit with that All-Star game in his hometown, even though you went through that rough stretch, talk about the positives you could pull from getting some of your guys going.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it a lot early in the year when we were still playing well and we were winning games, and we hadn't even got Lawrence Butler, Rooker going yet. Jacob Wilson and other guys were contributing, Urias and Langoliers, and Sodi was doing what he was doing. So now Rook's starting to he's starting to cook. Law Dog's on fire now. Jacob's doing what he's doing. Sodi looks like he's back. So we haven't hit that stretch. I said, we're going to go on a big run here. You know what I mean? And things are going to have to happen. We're going to have to play a little bit better defense. Obviously, we have to pitch better. But our offense has the ability to carry us. So we just need to be able to minimize mistakes on the defensive side, minimize those big innings on the pitching side, because our offense, we're never out of games. We're going to be able to slug with anybody and be able to put up some runs. So we just need to do those little things right. So the positives is you see, Lawrence Butler coming back and looking like the guy he was last year. Rook's doing his thing. It's unfortunate we lost Lang, but we get Kurtz back. So it's one of those things where now we can probably settle in and know, okay, we went through that. Every team's going through it right now. You look at other teams, Dodgers lost some games, Seattle's lost some games. You're looking at teams going through the patch that we had, maybe not to the extent of a 20 games set, but it happens. So in order for us to get back, we're going to have to go on a big run, and this team is capable of doing it.
When you talk about hitting, right, obviously you can slump and get hot. From the pitching perspective and the rotation, obviously you guys have struggled a little bit at Sutter Health Park, and that ball has been flying. We'll see what happens as things get hotter out here in Sacramento. Is it possible for a pitching rotation to slump and or get hot as well?
Yeah, without a doubt. I think when you go through things like this, the pitchers tend to maybe try to do too much. Maybe whether it's the ballpark at Sutter Health where they feel like they have to be fine because if they make a mistake, the ball's going to end up in the building. Whatever the case is, they just need to trust their stuff and go out there. And so when you're lacking confidence, you're not as fine as you need to be, and you're not hitting the spots and executing the pitches that you need to make, right? So right now you're looking at it, and Springs went out yesterday, and he actually pitched well. We had that rough inning where we committed a couple errors. We're talking about the defensive side. If he limits that inning right there to maybe 1 or 2 runs, we're in that ball game. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where they're starting to pitch a little bit better. You know what I mean? Our bullpen settled in. We got Michael Kelly back. We got TJ McFarland. Mason looks like he's back too. So we just need to get 5 or 6 innings out of our starters of quality start and hand it over to the bullpen, because like I said before, our offense will help us.
Tyler Soderstrom, 2 home runs last week. He's reached base 7 times in a row, or he did, against the Orioles. With so much young talent on this team, we're talking about Nick Kurtz, we're talking about Jacob Wilson, and even Lawrence Butler seems like a vet when he's not even really a vet as far as age is concerned. Does it kind of come off like Tyler Soderstrom is one of the unsung heroes offensively on this team?
I think so now, but earlier in the year, I mean, he was one of our guys. You know what I mean? He was up there in the leaderboards with home runs. Jacob Wilson's taking the spotlight the whole year because of what he's done all year, and deservedly so. But Soderstrom quietly is putting together a real solid year, and forgetting how young he really is too. He missed time last year when he was getting on a hot streak there for a while and then got hurt. So he's solidifying the middle of our lineup. He's a good hitter. He's got power. He can hit. He can also hit. So yeah, for sure. I mean, he's got 10 home runs, he's got RBIs, getting on base, his on base percentage is up there, and you forget how young he is too. So it's one of those things. It's like sometimes we have these expectations, which is good, but sometimes you got to take a step back and look and be like 22 years old, 23 years old, 24 years old, 23 years old, and be like, okay, these are some of the reasons why things are happening. And these guys are just getting used to playing every single day. And this is the big leagues. You know what I mean? There's no days off here. I mean, there's no, okay, oh, we can take some time off here. But no, every guy's coming after us and they're big leaguers. So they just need to figure out how to stay consistent a little bit more and not allow those little rough patches to carry over for extended amount of time.
Taking on the Angels, you fell to them last night. Coach, I just want to ask, they've had about 4 different names. I know you're from L.A. Where the hell are the Angels even playing? And do you get to see your family when you're down in L.A.? How far is it from true L.A.? Where are you?
Without disrespecting the Angels, we're in Anaheim. And we're in Orange County. So I don't understand how they can even consider themselves Los Angeles because they're in Orange County. They're not in LA County, and they're in Anaheim, California. So, the California Angels, the Anaheim Angels growing up, that's what they were to me. That's what they'll always be to me. And that's just the fan in me because I grew up, and I'll say I was a fan of the other team growing up, even though I grew up in Orange County.
Right.
So for me, I mean, as far as family, This is one of the places where it's probably the most where I see the most people. I got probably like 50 people coming for batting practice, and it's one of those things where I love it. You absolutely love seeing people, but it's also can be a little exhausting because it's like you want to entertain during batting practice. I got to go throw BP. I got to hit fungos, come back. Everyone wants to say hi, take pictures. Next thing I know, I got like 10 minutes before I got to run back up, change, and get ready for the game and lock in. So, but I appreciate everybody and the support that happens when I come into town, and I love it. I love seeing everybody. But yeah, LA Angels, I don't know. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, well, I think that you left it right where you should. Well, Coach, I hope the A's get a W for you with all your family and friends in attendance. Thank you so much for taking the time, and we will talk to you again next week.
Appreciate it. Looking forward to it.
That was Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics, looking to get a big W against the Angels. Who the Angels, they got a couple guys that are putting together some good seasons, some good talent out there. So hopefully the A's can get it done, get back on the winning side of things. As we return, it is time for our trade candidate of the day for your Sacramento Kings. Just think back to before De'Aaron Fox was traded, Mike Brown's still the coach, and it's not Kyle Kuzma. We talked about this guy a lot. I got one more hint, and it's probably too much, Western Conference. But that's all you're getting. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
The trade candidate of the day, it is an OG, not Anunoby. It is a throwback name that we talked a lot about, what was it, just last year? And he didn't play very much. We'll get his his stats, his exact stats. Thanks again to Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. But this guy was somebody that we talked about a good bit, whether or not he was worth the contract. Would he be an upgrade from Harrison Barnes? And then the Kings went out and got DeMar DeRozan, which he is cheaper than this player, but didn't maybe make as much sense. The player we are talking about, who is not Kyle Kuzma, somebody else guessed John Collins. And by the way, if you are on the YouTube, his name has literally been in the title the whole time. The trade candidate of the day, the one, the only, Jerami Grant. Yeah, that's right. That's why I said these finals got to end, because we're going back to the Jerami Grant well. Jerami Grant at 6'7", power forward and small forward. Okay, second round pick, mind you, in the 2014 draft. He is, at this point, 31 years old. This past season, he played a hefty 47 games, 14.4 points per game, 3.5 rebounds per game, 2.1 assists per game, 37% from the field, 36% from three, 36.5% from three, 84.9% from the free throw line. For his career, 719 games played, 13.1 points per game, 3.9 rebounds per game, 1.6 assists per game, 44.9 from the field, 36% from three, 75% from the free throw. Kyle, I'm reading these stats, and I'm just wondering, how the hell did you get paid all this money?
Because, Allen, if you remember back in the summer of 2023, the Portland Trailblazers drafted Scoot Henderson. Damian Lillard still did not request a trade. In the 2 weeks in between drafting Scoot and him requesting a trade, they paid Jerami Grant $160 million, thinking that that would convince Damian Lillard to want to stay in Portland. It was by giving Jerami Grant $160 million.
And then Dame Lillard looked at Jerami Grant's stat line and said, yeah, I'm out to Milwaukee. Anywhere but here.
Literally anywhere but here.
That's how down bad the Kings were at that time with Harrison Barnes. Because I'm just looking at these stats now thinking, what in the world was Jerami Grant supposed to help with?
He was supposed to be an upgrade from Harrison Barnes, but they wanted Kyle Kuzma first, and then Kyle Kuzma signed his extension with the Wizards, even though they hated each other. Mm-hmm. And then Jerami Grant signed his extension with the Blazers, and the Kings were kind of, out of luck. So they ended up trading for Duarte, and that was about it from that offseason. Well, they also signed Sasha, but that was before that.
Looking at his contract, to Kyle's point, he's in the kind of an interesting zone, right? Because he's owed $32 million, which again isn't a ton of money, but the money based on the production is a little spicy. $32 million this upcoming season, $34.2 million after that. Then here's the issue. That player option for $36.4 million. That is my problem with this. Those 2 years at 32 and 34, I could live with. I cannot live with the player option at 36.4. Now we'll discuss the trades that could be made, but my initial thought is I can't live with that with Jerami Grant. Not at 33 years old. I can't do that.
Yeah, and this is also tough because if you're trading away an expiring contract, the Kings have now locked themselves into long-term commitments to Jerami Grant, to Domantas Sabonis, to eventually Keegan Murray, to Malik Monk, and to Zach LaVine. It's not going to work out quite the way they maybe want it to. So maybe the most realistic path is getting rid of Zach LaVine out of this deal, but the Kings also might look at this and say, hey, if we cash in the DeMar DeRozan trade chip for Jerami Grant, we can move Keegan to the 3. We might have something here, a more well-balanced, rounded-out roster.
It gets worse as far as Jerami Grant, the talent, right? As far as kind of manipulating rosters and salaries and fit, cool. But it gets worse when it comes to what you would expect to get from Jerami Grant as he's getting paid this money. These are the last 5 years for Jerami Grant in the league. And you can't make the club in the tub. That is the theme of today's show. 54 games played, 47 games played, 63 games played, 54 games played, 47 games played. Please no.
That's pretty tough.
Please no. No. No way.
Even if it gets you off LaVine?
Well, you're stuck with them for 3 years, though.
Instead of LaVine for 2. It's not.
I know. You're not. I'd rather keep LaVine.
What you'd essentially be doing is not saving money. You would just stretch it out, right? So instead of paying $100 million to LaVine over 2 years, you'd pay $100 million to Jerami Grant over 3.
You know why I would keep LaVine instead of Jerami Grant? Because the same way the Kings were convinced to take Zach LaVine, we're already in that kind of money zone with Zach LaVine, where if this thing goes squarely for the Kings, but Zach LaVine is averaging 25 points again, and then he's got that player option, there could be a team that says, hey, you know what? We'll take Zach LaVine because we think he'll take us over the top. If not, we have him for one-ish year, and then we just move off of him. So nobody is going to do that with Jerami Grant. Is not built like that. He's going to stay with the Kings.
Yes, I would imagine so, but same thing with all these contracts. We're seeing it right now at DeRozan. It becomes a lot easier to move these people with 1 year left on the deal than it is with 2 or 3. Hence why Jerami Grant is such a has literally been untradeable for the last 2 years for the Blazers, is because no one wants to lock themselves into a 5-year commitment at $30 million. Even if Jerami Grant is worth that, you would rather have the financial flexibility to potentially make a move later, which is kind of the tough part about these whole conversations.
Right. So it just tells me how down bad the Kings were with Harrison Barnes, because I distinctly remember banging the table saying to do the deal. That was the times of the do something. And I think they heard us when it came to do something. They just did something that nobody really expected, and ultimately something that they went on to not really think was a good fit. At least they thought it was a good fit, but the rest of us didn't. So I'm not doing that deal, or I don't even know what the deals are, but I don't know how I can do these deals or those, I guess, breakdowns. As far as Bobby Marks is concerned, Bobby Marks says Portland is well positioned this offseason and next summer to be aggressive in the trade free agent front. Veteran expiring contracts will certainly play a role in how the roster is shaped. So they have some expiring contracts, but Jerami Grant is not one of them.
Well, I don't know. Do we think Jerami Grant's going to opt out of $36.5 million in 2028?
No. What does that Michael Malone sound? No, hell no. Hell no.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
He is signing that right now if he could.
He's not opting out of $36.4 million at age 33 with all his injury history.
No, he's worked his whole life for that. He earned that. He finessed somebody enough to do that. I want to get to, because I know there was that a couple years where he was with Detroit. I'm looking here, Kyle. This is how did we get here, right? And even though he didn't play a ton, it's that year in Detroit. He played 2020, 2021, 54 games, 22 points per game. That's his career high. After that, in Detroit, the next season, he played 47 games, 19 points per game. Then he got moved to Portland and 20.5 points per game, 21 points per game, and then he drops back down here. But again, 63 games, 54 games. He's not playing. He's barely playing that 54. He barely played half the season. So
out of 164 possible games, he's played in 101 of them.
Can't do it. Kyle's going to convince me, or try to convince me, to do it on the other side. We have the different trades that can get this done. Allen Stiles, Sackdown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are two new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allen Stiles. You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
All right, Kyle. Let's see what you've cooked up today for Jerami Grant, who I'm not one to stick my nose up at players out here in Sacramento, but the Jerami Grant contract, I don't know what spell a lot of us were under. It was the Harrison Barnes wear a suit spell, where it was, he's got to be better. That was and this is no disrespect to Harrison Barnes. I love Harrison Barnes. But that was he's got to be better than Harrison Barnes, but you're paying him to be better. You're paying him, going back to the Darius Garland, Colin Sexton thing, you're paying him more than Harrison Barnes to probably only be a little better than Harrison Barnes.
Yes, which in fairness is exactly what they did for DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah. But at least it was not $30 million.
I think at the time, Kings fans thought the Jerami Grant contract was going to be about half of what the Blazers actually signed him for.
Right.
At $100 million, we might do it. At $160 million, there's no chance. I think they thought Jerami Grant was not going to get cashed out by the Blazers. A contract that was immediately bad as soon as he signed it, and everyone agreed that was a bad contract.
All right, Kyle, what do you have cooked up? Let's see. Maybe you can still convince me. It's not done yet.
I think there's a chance.
Okay.
So, in deal number one, we are doing DeMar DeRozan to Portland, and Portland can decide what to do with him later. It's like they're going to have to pay somebody $20 million next year, but their motivation is to get another expiring contract in this deal, right? So at this point, they would have Ayton expiring, DeRozan expiring, Matisse Thybulle expiring, Robert Williams, Time Lord, his contract would be up, and they can just let them all go, have cap space to sign a free agent, a big-time free agent, like a Trey Young or something, and then go from there, right? So they would get DeMar DeRozan. The Kings would get Jerami Grant and his terrible contract, a future 7th grader, which is a 2031 second-round pick, and one Keegan Murray's brother, Chris Murray. So Jerami Grant on a 3-year contract, Chris Murray, and a 7th grader.
That moves Keegan to the 3, I think.
Yep, Jerami Grant to the 4.
Yes. And you get Chris Murray. Cool. Maybe, hey, cool.
Pick up his team option, and he's got a 1-year deal.
Great. Got to do it, right? It's just the thing that you do.
Yeah, just get Chris Murray.
And then an AAU player to be named later.
Oh, what's up, Sacramento?
Not a good one either, just a second-round pick.
Well, it's an AAU player that kind of flamed out a little bit, but he still got drafted.
The next Imani Bates.
Yes. Don't tell Chris Watkins that.
Oh, is he a big Imani Bates guy?
He was. I believe if this is all, here's the thing. If this is the only thing that you can do, and because this tells me that everything we've been talking about DeMar's value has been kind of wrong, right? We got to do something with DeMar because DeMar is not going to stay in Portland. He wants to be on a contender. So if it was between this and bringing DeMar back, I would do it.
This would also be a trade they make if there is no intention of tearing it down, ever. Because now you would have Sabonis for 3 years, Jerami Grant for 3 years, Malik Monk for 3 years, Zach LaVine for 2 years, potentially sign Keegan to an extension. Keegan would be for 5 years. You sign Keon Ellis to an extension, that's 2 to 3 years. There would be no expiring contracts, and you're locking yourself into a core 7 of those aforementioned players, which I don't think would ever have a chance to compete for a championship, but they would probably be fighting for the playoffs every year.
Yeah, I would. I don't necessarily love the deal, but like I said, if it's between that and bringing back DeRozan and the Blazers have something in place to get DeRozan where he wants to be ultimately, I'd like I said, I'd do it instead of bringing DeMar DeRozan back, I think.
Okay. Well,
I mean, again, if this is this or running it back, I would do this.
There's a case to be made for just running it back instead of taking on the Jerami Grant contract. I'm not saying it's a good one, but remember, Jerami Grant's more expensive than DeMar DeRozan and a longer contract, which is why the Kings would essentially be getting a first-round pick in Chris Murray and a future 7th grader.
Here's a good question. This deal or running it back, let's include Tyus Jones, right? So there is a point guard, Chris Paul, Tyus Jones. So, yeah, doing this or Chris Paul, Tyus Jones, run it back, I would do to your point, I think I would do Chris Paul, Tyus Jones, run it back because I don't want to elongate. The best point you made here is I don't want to elongate whatever this is. I just want it to be over.
Yeah, if we're assuming Jerami Grant has no trade value, which in this deal he doesn't. They're getting an expiring contract they don't want and attaching young assets and picks to move off of him. If we're assuming the contract will never have value and Zach LaVine's contract has very little value, then the Kings are essentially absorbing these contracts in order to then do what I would call a slow teardown, which is you get a young player and a couple picks, you trade Malik Monk for a young player or a couple picks, and then in a year or two, that's when you do the full, hey, Sabonis isn't coming back, LaVine isn't coming back, then we start to kind of do what the Jazz did in a way. The Jazz have kind of slow burned this teardown, which is not a bad strategy. The Jazz have a lot of really good players, but it's not the, hey, we just got rid of everyone and now we're terrible type of trade.
Yes, if it's literally, hey, Allen, you can't do anything else. You can't even get Tyus Jones or CP3. Are you going to do this deal or not? I do the deal. And if you, because that's essentially, okay, what's Keon Ellis or Devin Carter going to be as a point guard? If it's even as small as run it back with Tyus Jones or run it back with CP3 or do this deal, I would run it back. Because again, it's not about thinking that team, I don't think either team is doing anything. So at least then at that point, you could maybe move DeMar at the trade deadline. You can move him because at that point he'd have 1 year left on his deal.
One guaranteed year. It's weird because the last year is like $10 million guaranteed, but not if you release him or something.
Right, and there'd be a lot of calls for DeMar at that point. So you know what? You might have even convinced me, Kyle. Even if you don't get Tyus Jones, I might just not do this deal.
But at the same time, why get Chris Paul when you can get Chris Murray? Am I right?
Sure. Hey, people like Chris Murray a lot because he's Keegan's brother. I don't know. I think we should kind of cool on the expectations as far as what he would do if he was in Sacramento. That's what I will say.
Sure. The second deal is a salary dump of Zach LaVine situation. So this is essentially to get off of Zach LaVine's deal for essentially stretch out the Jerami Grant deal. So in this one, the Kings would send Zach LaVine and a lottery protected first round pick to Portland.
No.
Even if they're going to be bad?
No.
Because the lottery protected pick, if they are in the lottery, it doesn't matter. If they tear it down, it doesn't matter. You keep the pick.
Continue.
They would end up with Jerami Grant, Matisse Thybulle on a 1 year expiring deal, and the aforementioned Chris Murray.
Hey, maybe between Jerami Grant and Matisse Thybulle, they've actually played a full NBA season.
Sure.
Let's see if they actually have.
Last year, how many games did Matisse Thybulle play?
Matisse, I'm looking it up right now.
Matisse, as I said, is expiring, so
right.
doesn't matter. He's just kind of salary filler.
Kyle, Jerami Grant played 47 games last season.
And Thybulle played
15.
That is 62 games between them. Did Malik Monk play more than those two combined? Let's look that up.
I think the answer is yes. It's got to be yes. I get it. It's an expiring contract, and Matisse is
65 for Malik Monk. Malik Monk played more games than Matisse Thybulle
Insanity.
And Jerami Grant combined.
I understand it's an expiring contract for Jerami Grant, so it's all good there. But
yeah, this is essentially the reason they'd have to include the first round pick is to make it worth Portland's while, right? Because they're paying more in the short term and have to pay Zach LaVine for 2 years.
Right.
Which for some deals, like if we did the Wizards salary dump, it might be 2 seconds. For other teams, it might be a first. I think for Portland, because of just how truly terrible Portland's team is constructed, I would say that they probably want a first round pick.
There's a part of me that just wouldn't do the Jerami Grant deal because I want the Blazers to own their decisions, right? The Blazers, Lauri Markkanen, we're about to talk about the Jazz here on the other side. You wanted to Cam Johnson on the Nets. You wanted to everybody wanted to Danny Ainge things. Now you're stuck. Well, I'm not giving you a get out of jail free card. Now you're stuck with your bad contracts and guys that don't fit your timeline. I simply wouldn't do a deal with the Blazers just because of that. You had your opportunity. We wanted Harrison Barnes to be replaced by Jerami Grant. You didn't want to move him, so now you're stuck.
You know what's funny is that because this is the Jerami Grant episode of our trade candidates, I had to put him in the deal. Jerami Grant isn't even the most likely salary dump for the Blazers, right? Because they could just send us Anthony Simons, who's also on an expiring deal, and then it would be more worth the first round pick. Jerami Grant's actually lowering the value of what Portland could get back.
Yeah, that's what you get.
On.
That's what you get, Portland.
For giving Jerami Grant all that money.
Nobody is going to help you. Okay?
Nobody's coming to save you.
No, just like our parents tell us.
No matter how badly the Kings want to, no one is coming to save you.
Don't help them. They got to learn from their mistakes. On the other side, another team I don't want to help, but I might. Utah Jazz, everybody's for sale. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Need a new water heater? Call Bell Brothers. Need drain or sewer work? Call Bell Brothers. Need a free plumbing estimate? Call Bell Brothers. We don't guess at plumbing and drain problems. We use advanced camera inspections and diagnostics to identify the issues. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. The price we quote is the price you pay. We are the No Surprise guys. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience. We get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today for a free plumbing estimate or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Whitey here for Napoleon Grills, reminding you that when buying a new grill, every detail matters. While supplies last, you'll receive a $149 gift with purchase on every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill. The kit even includes a pizza lover starter kit and much more. And now up to $79 off Napoleon Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts amazing quality. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
At SMUD, we power business with incentives, strategic account advisors, 50% lower rates, and clean energy solutions. We help businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
Utah Jazz in a similar spot to the Blazers. I would say in a little bit better of a spot because actually it's really similar. But Clarkson and Sexton, they're kind of more assassins, if you will, hired guns. Somebody's going to need a Jordan Clarkson or is going to convince himself they need a Jordan Clarkson. Somebody's going to convince themselves that they need a Colin Sexton if they don't want to pay the price of a Trey Young or somebody like that. The Blazers, I don't know if somebody's going to convince themselves that they need DeAndre Ayton. Right? I don't know if somebody's going to convince themselves that they need Jerami Grant, especially not for 3 more years. So that's the difference to me. And somebody can convince themselves or will that they need Lauri Markkanen. And you look at the Bovada official, they're back. The Warriors are the favorites to land Lauri Markkanen in a potential trade. You have the Spurs at plus 650, the Mavericks at plus 450, the Magic at plus 325. What do the Magic need with Lauri Markkanen, by the way? They need a guard.
They need to not have Jonathan Isaac.
They're another one. Now you're stuck with them. Do not do a deal with Jonathan Isaac. Nobody. The Miami Heat at plus 250. I think that's interesting. Bam and Lauri Markkanen, along with obviously Tyler Hero. I think that is intriguing. And the Golden State Warriors, hey, if you can shoot the 3-ball, we're done with Quentin Post for now. Lauri Markkanen, come on down. I don't know how that money would work with the Warriors, but right now they are the favorites.
I think you'd have to trade Draymond, which they not going to do that.
You can lose Draymond for Giannis, right? We had that discussion a couple weeks ago, but you can't, after all that, you cannot lose Draymond for Lauri Markkanen.
I think our guy, Nick Bovada, is kind of making stuff up here because
'tis the season.
Last summer, the Warriors were the team that was most connected to Markkanen alongside the Kings, but they're in a very different situation now than they were last summer because they got Jimmy Butler. So the Warriors will not be trading for Lauri Markkanen. I feel very confident the Warriors will not be making that move. Orlando is the one I guess that would make the most sense, but I don't know if they want to lock themselves into him on a max, Franz Wagner on a rookie max,
that's
and
what I'm saying.
Paolo.
We're getting a little redundant here. They need a different type of player, right? I don't know why you need Lauri Markkanen and Franz Wagner.
Well, Franz is closer to a 2, but I don't know what their game, unless Anthony Black is going to be this next great point guard prospect. I don't think they need to lock themselves into a $47 million 5-year or 4-year contract on Markkanen.
No. So these are some of the names that are available with the Jazz. I see there is smoke to the Lakers wanting Walker Kessler. You know what it's going to cost. You know what it's going to cost.
They've been asking for 2 firsts for how many years now?
And I hope Walker Kessler has a great career. I don't know the guy, but as far as the Jazz are concerned, I hope they get exactly what they're meant to get.
What they've been holding out.
Exactly. You don't want to move him. He's worth 2 first rounders. Half the time he wasn't even starting. Give me a break.
You know what was
Utah.
was funny is they always wanted to pair him with Anthony Davis, and now in a weird way it makes more sense for the Lakers because they have Luka to trade for Walker Kessler. So they can come back and be like, yesterday's price is not today's price for the Los Angeles Lakers.
Obviously, John Collins, Jordan Clarkson, Colin Sexton, 3 more guys that don't fit the timeline out there in Utah. Utah doesn't even have a timeline, by the way, because they haven't even drafted the guys to start the new timeline because somebody told them they were going to get Cooper Flagg, and then they didn't.
Well, they have a lot of guys. I don't think any of them are going to be superstars.
Yeah, Cody Williams looked awful.
Yeah.
Rookie, but he was a smidge better than Tijon Salon, which is not good.
They've had 6 first or high second-round picks in the last 2 years. And if I'm remembering off top, it's Keontae George, it's Taylor Hendricks, who unfortunately broke his leg during last season. It was Filipowski, which...
Oh, yeah, Filipowski.
I don't know what to do with that one.
No, and you don't say anything.
Yeah, check out, Pablo Torre did an episode on, just type in Kyle Filipowski, Pablo Torre, if you want to know how insane that story is. They got Isaiah Collier, Cody Williams. Like, none of these guys are like future stars in the league, but they have a lot of young players who can't find playing time because of Lauri Markkanen, John Collins, Colin Sexton, and Jordan Clarkson.
916 says, yeah, run it back as far as the Kings are concerned. Let contracts drop off, keep draft picks. Also says, if we run it back, though, I do feel bad for Sabonis. Now, before we have a conversation about this, I know somebody will always say, I don't feel bad for anyone making $40 million a year. And I agree with you. But again, relatively speaking, I think it would just be a decision where, hey, we chose you over De'Aaron in a way, and now we are choosing the future over you. And to watch what Halliburton's doing and to see how these teams are building from the ground up, we're going to try to find somebody for you. But if the price tag doesn't make sense, I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? How willing are the Kings to appease Domantas Sabonis? Does that mean they're willing to move Keegan Murray? What if the Hawks say, we need Keegan? You can get Trey Young, and that'll put, and now again, you'd have another hole on the boat. Now the wing hole is got an even bigger hole than it already has. But you got Trey Young, right? And DeMar and whoever, let's say DeMar is not going to be enough. So it's a decision where how much do you want to appease Domantas Sabonis? That's what this all comes down to. And what will they be able to do? You're talking about a guy, look, Trey Young, 26 years old, he's just now entering his prime. Darius Garland, 25 years old, let's not pretend like they can't make another leap. It's possible. I think we put a ceiling on these smaller guards to say this is what they're going to be. Trey Young has had a heck of a career already. Now he'll always be compared to Luka because of that trade. I feel like that should get talked about more, by the way. But Trey Young and the stature that he has, I think a lot of people think he's pretty close to what he's going to be. And is that enough to scare anybody? Trey Young, Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, let's say they are able to keep Keegan Murray. Cool. And Keon Ellis, that's your starting lineup. Malik Monk off the bench. You're appeasing Domantas Sabonis, but are you a six? I think they could be anywhere from 4. It's the same realm, right? They could be anywhere from 4 to 8, which means they'll probably be 9.
I mean, they could be lower than that. Like, if you look at the Western Conference this year, there's only 2 teams I feel confident they're going to be better than as it stands right now.
Even with Trey Young.
Do you feel like you're confident they'll be better than the Spurs?
No, I'm not.
Then, yeah, there's only 2 that I'm confident for sure they would be better than. I'm not saying that they won't be better than some of these other teams. I just know for certain they would be better than the Jazz and the Pelicans.
So I guess that's what it comes back to, right? Do you add Trey Young or because, yeah, sure, Colin Sexton, maybe Domantas Sabonis says, well, you guys didn't really give it a go, right? Let's say you're able to add Trey Young without giving up. The reports, if you're just now joining us, Grant Seth dropped an article saying that the Kings have been in conversations on Darius Garland and with the Cavs and Trey Young with the Hawks. Let's say you are the Kings, right? And you make the decision, hey, we are going to trade for Trey Young as long as we can hold on to Keegan Murray. Trey Young has, 2 years left on his contract? So Trey Young.
1 and a player option.
Right. So that all kind of lines up. With it lines up with Zach LaVine and Sabonis has 1 more year, but at that point you can move Sabonis because that would be an expiring deal. And you say, look, man, we made this decision. This is kind of our last hurrah, even though you have 3 guys that defense is not their forte, and you have Doug Christie and Scott Perry who keep saying defense, defense, defense. Stop me if you've seen this movie before. But you say, this lines up for us. Trey Young, Sabonis, Zach LaVine, we give it a go. Zach LaVine and Trey Young opt into their contract, so we get 2 years of this. It either works or it doesn't work, and then we blow the whole thing up. We make a under the table handshake deal with Scott Perry. Hey, your timeline doesn't really start until we at least do these deals because this is not really your mess, or it won't be counted against you. If it works, great. But you get us Trey Young. We see what happens these next 3 with this version of our big 3 for a year, 2 years, and then we move on. That's it.
So I think that's the case for making the Trey Young transaction, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the world that I see. You're not extending Trey Young.
I guess it just depends on what you're getting in return, right? Because if you're getting, this is verbatim the De'Aaron Fox situation, right? Because Fox and Trey Young were both headed for potential free agency at the same time. It's only because Fox didn't have a player option. If there's only 1 year left on the deal, are they getting Trey Young for 50 cents on the dollar the same way the Kings just traded De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio for 50 cents on the dollar? Because if you're getting the deal without having to give up anything except like 1 first-round pick and a pick swap, because Trey Young only has 1 guaranteed season left, then it makes sense for the Kings because you're not compromising any of your long-term future. Like let's say we had a couple deals here from when we did the last trade candidate situation. Let's say they just give up the 2026 first and a pick swap and DeRozan and Monk. Mm-hmm. At that point, you would have essentially traded De'Aaron Fox for Trey Young and 2 future first-round picks and Zach LaVine, which is, its own weird situation. But you would have traded Fox and DeRozan for LaVine and Trey Young, and a couple firsts, which is not great, but at least it's not as bad as it was before when you gave up De'Aaron Fox and didn't get back another point guard in return.
NFL at noon coming up next. Why I was feeling really good about my Raiders and the Niners until I saw these breakdowns. I'll tell you what it is when we return. Now, South Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
We get it. Tariffs are tough. Power tools are getting expensive. But at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, we're solving that problem for 2 short days on June 20th and June 21st. We're putting all Milwaukee power tools on massive discounts. Tons of Milwaukee batteries and bare tools for less than $100. 25% off all regular price Milwaukee pack-out boxes and much, much more. So stop by Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento on June 20th and 21st for some of the lowest prices on tools you'll ever see this year. To see all of what's on sale, visit FastenersInc.net. Fasteners Inc. Better tools, better prices.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. But there is a choice to get help for this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosemat.org.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests, Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
I had the chance to interview former professional golfer and broadcaster Gary McCord a few years back. He hadn't yet enraged the Green Jackets with his television comments about their revered Georgia golf course. He was welcoming and above all humorous, which is why I recently picked up a copy of his book, Golf for Dummies by Gary McCord, a man possessed by golf's magical allure. This 5th edition will help new golfers learn the basics of the game and bring them, as he writes, from the darkness to the light. The book discusses types of clubs, types of courses, how to hit the ball, and how to keep score. The intent is to help you get the ball to the hole in fewer tries and with better form. You'll even find some basic exercises to get you into golf shape. It's a fun read and will help you get over some of the game's intimidation while getting you ready to visit the golf course on your own or with some friends. I always recommend a good PGA professional to guide you along the way, but Golf for Dummies is a fun way to approach a fun game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And I was feeling good. I told you guys I am just a sucker for highlight reels. And this is the best time, right? Even though I'm looking at Aaron Rodgers right now at minicamp and just what the kids say, no aura in that Steelers jersey, just zero aura to me.
Oh, it's the white one too.
But these hype videos, Raiders, they just had media day. I see Gino with his cornrows looking fresh. People are posting just random clips of Brock Bowers saying, man, this guy is going to be the best tight end we've seen in a really long time, which is saying a lot because there are a lot of great tight ends right now. And
you said it.
And I'm getting juiced up for my Raiders.
Those tight ends are juicing you up.
They are. And then you have the Niners as well. Got a new chip on their shoulder. A bit disrespected now. Hey, don't forget about us in the NFC. All right. So I'm feeling good about both of these squads. And then I say, you know what? I'm going to dig a little bit deeper. I'm not just going to look at Brock Bowers highlights. I'm not just going to look at Christian McCaffrey highlights. I decided to look at the defenses. And I have 2 articles here from Bleacher Report and Yahoo. And I don't feel so good anymore, as both of these outlets gave breakdowns of the team defenses after the draft. And Bleacher Report, they ranked the NFL defenses after the draft. They got the Raiders at 29 and the Niners at 17. That's not good. The Raiders only ahead of the Panthers, the Saints, and the Titans. Okay? Here's the write-up for the Raiders. The Raiders possess one of the best edge rushers in the league in Max Crosby, who tallied 7.5 sacks in 12 games on the way to his 4th consecutive Pro Bowl. However, they were 26th in scoring defense last year, largely because of outside of Crosby, the team doesn't have a ton of talent on that side of the ball. The Raiders gave big bucks to Christian Wilkins in free agency, but his first season in Vegas lasted just 5 games. Malcolm Kuntz was also bitten by the injury bug after 8 sacks in 2023. He missed the entire 2024 campaign, get past the defensive front, and things get even uglier after the departure of Spillane and Diablo. Landon Roberts, who has never played 60% of a team's snaps in a season, is their number 1 linebacker. All right, the Raiders' biggest addition in the secondary, Jeremy Chin, has a passer rating of over 130 each of the past 2 seasons. Crosby can't do it all by himself. And now I don't feel so good anymore about the Raiders. They're going to have to put up 35 plus a game in that dome, Kyle.
Allen, I disagree, because if you're going to be mid, this is the best way to be mid, which is we're going to score 35. Our opponents are going to score 38. It's going to be fun. We're going to throw the ball all over the place. We got Chip Kelly as our offensive coordinator. We're also going to give up 38 points a game and probably lose. It's better than being like the Steelers, where it's like every game is 14-11.
Right.
It's way better. If you're going to be mediocre, be this than be 14-11 every game.
As far as the Niners are concerned, they come in at number 17, which might be a smidge disrespectful. This is what Bleacher Report had to say. The San Francisco 49ers struggled through a miserable 2024 season, largely because of injuries. And frankly, the offseason wasn't that much kinder to them. Salary cap constraints hit the defense hard, with multiple starters signing elsewhere in free agency. However, the Niners did the best they could to patch those holes. The team's first-round pick was spent on Mykel Williams, who will replace Leonard Floyd on the edge opposite Nick Bosa. Linebacker Nick Martin was selected in round 3 to offset the loss of linebacker Dre Greenlaw. Second-rounder Alfred Collins will be tasked in stepping in to the void created by the loss of Javon Hargrave. The team also had to shuffle secondary after cornerback Charvarius Ward and Talanoa Hufanga left. After 4 years away, defensive coordinator Robert Saleh is back in Santa Clara, and the team still has linchpin players Bosa and Fred Warner. If the newcomers in the Bay are quick studies, San Francisco's defense could rebound in 2025, but there's an awful lot of uncertainty in San Francisco, uncertainty that makes it impossible to rank the defense higher than middle of the pack. That's fair, but I don't know. Maybe I'm falling for it for Salah, as the Niners are just trying to get that old thing back. Maybe I'm falling for it, but I think the Niners are going to be much better than 17th.
I have a hard time figuring out exactly what it is, because they're making the case that most of the rookies are going to replace, and rookies are always kind of all over the place when it comes to trying to. You've ever done fantasy football and you think about drafting Treylon Burks because he's a rookie and you just think he's going to be a star. Yeah, he's going to fill the AJ Brown role and you're going to get him in the 8th round. Like, it's really hard to know how rookies are going to project. Now, we had Dieter Kurtenbach came on the station and was like, Mykel Williams was the best defensive player in the draft. So if he's going to be that, then they potentially have a legitimate pass rush up front. But I like Diamador Lenore. I like Fred Warner. You like the names that are long-term signed up, but they can only do but so much, because as good as Diamador Lenore is, a lot of teams have a Diamador Lenore. He's not like this lockdown number one corner that you can't find anywhere else.
Defensively, is Diamador Lenore Keegan Murray, right? Hey, he's our guy and he's above average, but he's not maybe what he is looked at for that team. Everybody's got that guy, because that's what we're talking about. Tamani Kamara, and those guys are better than our guy.
I guess if I were comparing cornerbacks to point guards, he's like Jamal Murray.
Okay. I don't know about that.
You know, he's their number one.
He's their number one.
But he's the rest of the league's number 12.
There's just, I obviously the names, you still have the household names with the Niners. And maybe I'm getting caught up with that. But I think that matters, because everything clicked with Salah. And they tried to veer away from it, and they're right back, like Thanos, they're right back where they feel like they should be. Yeah, the Charvarius Ward, the whole thing was just kind of just sad, if you will, with how all of that went down. And people are, well, I'm still gonna look at who he is as a player. I'm no disrespect. So they had to move on there. Dre Greenlaw coming off that Achilles, we knew that was probably going to end. Talanoa Hufanga just couldn't stay on the field. So there are some guys where we might be romanticizing who they were just a little bit. It's just still a matter of, will you be able to make up for it. Even if we're romanticizing it, can you get close to that production? And they just went through, here's the thing, they went through a season where they didn't look as good, but they didn't have Dre Greenlaw because he was coming back from the injury.
Sure, but we can romanticize what Talanoa Hufanga was, and obviously he missed a lot of time the last 3 seasons. You can romanticize what he was, which was at his best an all-pro safety, and probably wasn't that at the end. But they also replaced him with Jair Brown, who was not good at the end of last season. So I think the bigger thing is what Salah's job is going to be is to take all those draft picks you just mentioned. It was Alfred Collins and Nick Martin at linebacker and Michael Williams and make them into the next versions of those guys.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but was Talanoa Hufanga, you remember Jonathan Abram on the Raiders?
Yes.
He kept hurting his own team because he would just spear people. All he did was spear. With Talanoa Hufanga, did he just play less than Jonathan Abram and was on the Niners, so people just thought he was better?
No. What are you talking? Talanoa Hufanga was an all-pro.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Jonathan Abram was out of the league in like 5 years, which honestly, the Raiders Hard Knocks was the moment I gave up on Hard Knocks because I was like, if you have this Antonio Brown thing and you're not going to give it to us, what's the point? Hard Knocks had me believing Jonathan Abram was going to be like a star in this league. Hard Knocks.
He could hit. He could hit.
But that's the thing. The highlight tapes of him hitting the dummies and doing the full-out tackles had me believing Jonathan Abram was the next great safety. And how smart were the Raiders for trading? Because that was the deal. Literally, it was 1-for-1. It was Amari Cooper for Jonathan Abram. And I was like, how smart of the Raiders to get off of Amari Cooper for Jonathan Abram, who was just awful.
Jonathan Abram is an American professional football safety who most recently played for the New Orleans Saints of the NFL.
Yeah.
So as of right now, he is not in the league.
He'd been out of the league for a couple years. If you pull up that Wikipedia,
he got a couple. He played 3 games in 2024.
3 games for the Saints.
3 games for the Saints.
That's crazy.
3 games for the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to the Niners and their situation here. Like, they didn't replace these people with anybody, right? I'm just looking here. Trey Brown is their starting slot corner, and that's not great. So I think the bigger question for them is just how are they going to replicate the production with exclusively rookies and late draft picks?
And by the way, and I'm just double checking here. Yeah, he was in 2022. I was just double checking. Yeah,
Still looking up Abram.
No, I'm looking at Talanoa Hufanga.
Was he first team All-Pro?
I don't believe so. They don't even. Yeah, Pro Football Reference. They just have his Pro Bowl on here, but they do have. They do have in 2022, I believe he was.
Yeah, he was first team All-Pro that year. So
he got hot for a season.
Hot, the best safety in the NFL for one season. Then he blew out his knee in 2023.
They just are out here spearing people. That's all.
He was the best safety in the league, and then he blew out his knee.
There were No, Kyle. There were question marks about Talanoa Hufanga taking the next step. That's a real thing. That is a real thing. He had kind of, and maybe it was the plateauing was based on injury, but as I said, the theme of the show, you cannot make the club in the tub.
So they named him as the second best safety in the NFL. I just pulled up the All-Pro team from that year. It was Minkah Fitzpatrick, Talanoa Hufanga, and Derwin James.
There you go. That was a long time ago.
Minkah Fitzpatrick is still awesome.
Yeah, and where's Talanoa?
He blew out his knee.
He hasn't been playing, man.
He's going to go play for the Broncos.
I don't like this Jonathan Abram slander. I will not stand for it.
Slander? Right? That man could. Do you know how bad you have to be a former first-round pick and not get a second chance anywhere?
Look, all I know is he would wear the long sleeves that weren't. It always bugs me when they wear the long sleeves that are loose. They don't wear. I know Under Armour's a little different, but he's wearing these big long sleeves, hurting his own teammates. It was a mess out there. But he would get a highlight. He would take multiple people out.
Because like you said, he would spear people.
That's all he's there to do.
I will never forget the 2019 Hard Knocks tape of Jonathan Abram.
I'm telling you, man, you just got to watch your back when Jonathan Abram is on the field. When we return, Brian Windhorst gives us an update on the Giannis situation. Seems like Giannis might be staying put. Allen Stiles, Tech Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And Brian Windhorst, this is what continues to happen, man. I mean, if you're Giannis, you're looking at where this team is at, and unfortunately, it didn't work out with Dame. They have 2 years left with Dame, which they'll probably find someone. And that was the thought process here, and we're about to get to this down from Brian Windhorst. The thought process, I think, is let's get through this season without Dame. We are kind of stuck. And then after that, Bobby, you'll probably lose Bobby Portis. The thing is, you are a destination because of Giannis, right? So you lose Bobby Portis. Then the next season, Dame has 1 year left. Maybe you convince somebody to take his expiring contract. Maybe it's a last hurrah with the Kings. That's the closest Dame will get to Oakland at this point because the Warriors won't be able to afford him. Kyle Kuzma will only have a year left on his deal. Maybe you can convince somebody there, and you're just kind of starting from scratch, and you're building it, but you have Giannis, and people will want to go play with Giannis. So it's going to be bad for the Bucks next season, but what about after that? And the reason we're discussing the possibility of the Bucks staying is because Brian Windhorst says right now there's not really a market for Giannis as far as trades are concerned. Giannis might stay put. Here it is.
But right now, there is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade market. There is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade discussions. He has not asked for it. The Bucks are not looking to trade him.
That's it. So maybe there was a conversation. Like I said, you've been somewhere for so long. Giannis coming from overseas. It's all he really knows. And I think that Giannis is a pretty big brand. I think when it comes to these brand conversations, it's really just a matter of what you want, right? The A's are taking on the Angels today or tonight. And as far as Mike Trout is concerned, that's always been a guy where, hey, is he the face of Major League Baseball when Mike Trout was really in his prime? And Mike Trout just didn't necessarily want it, right? He's in Anaheim and, changed names while he was there, but he's in Anaheim, pretty close to LA. But I actually had a couple former teammates at Temple because, in Philly, we had a bunch of guys on the team from Jersey, and Mike Trout's from Jersey that played him in high school. And they said, look, he was a stud, but we didn't see this coming. But he was always a quiet guy, just didn't really need the pony show, right? Didn't need to be the center of attention. He's getting paid so much, the guaranteed money from Major League Baseball. He didn't feel like he needed to run around and do a bunch of commercials and things like that. So,
also, if you've ever read stories on him, he's like, he really likes his beachfront house.
Yeah, he just wants to chill. And Giannis, I think, feels like, look, I have all the money in the world. I have properties in New York. I don't really need to live in New York or to live in California. And I don't know much about Milwaukee's taxes, but I would imagine California and New York are a bit rougher. I don't necessarily need to go to a big market to make my brand exponentially bigger. And maybe it could be exponentially bigger. I'm not saying it's not, but I don't really care about all that. And from a winning perspective, yeah, if I'm Giannis, okay, do I want to go to Houston? That's not really a bigger market, and maybe we're a bit better, right? So to me, it's you're either going to a New York Knicks. Yeah, I guess you could throw and the Nets, you're kind of building that from scratch. What's your big three right now?
Or
Cam Johnson, Giannis, and Cam Thomas?
Or Toronto, which people don't talk about a lot. Toronto's the fourth biggest city, would be the fourth biggest city in America. Mm-hmm. So that is a big market. But I guess we've talked so much about the Giannis. I guess I want to look at it from the basketball legacy standpoint, right? Yeah. Because I guess why would Giannis stay with the Milwaukee Bucks could then be directed to the question of why, when Clay tore his Achilles the second time and they had just gone 18 and 50 or whatever, why did Steph not leave Golden State? Why, when the winning stopped in Dallas, did Dirk Nowitzki in 2013 not leave the Mavericks? Mm-hmm. Why did any of these faces of the franchise? You could go to Kobe Bryant. I know it's different with the Lakers, but why, when the winning stopped, did these faces of their franchises not leave?
It's a good question. And I don't remember. Here's the difference, right? This came up, and it's been a conversation for a while now. The difference between one Super Bowl ring, so there's levels, right? There's going to the Super Bowl, and I'm talking about quarterbacks. There's going to the Super Bowl, there's winning a Super Bowl, and then there's winning multiple. And that could be 2, 3, whatever, right? From what I've gathered and some of the people that we've talked to in the past, whether it be on this station or in my past, winning a Super Bowl puts you in a certain conversation for sure. Winning that second one changes things. Russell Wilson and Jalen Hurts are in the same. Now, Aaron Rodgers is a little bit different, but they all only have one. You get two. That's why Peyton Manning, he really wanted that second one. He goes to the Broncos, and even though he wasn't the same Peyton, he's got multiple, and he's got the whole thing with his brother as well. I don't think that is the same when it comes to the NBA. I don't think that Giannis Antetokounmpo is looked at any differently. We're talking about 4 or 5 rings here. That's not happening for Giannis at this point, I don't think. No. Right? So to your point, Kyle, and Steph already had multiple, and Dirk had his one. I don't believe that Giannis going to the Rockets and winning one again with the Rockets, I don't think anybody's going to look at Giannis that much differently. I don't think it puts him in another category because we're looking at dudes in Steph, Kobe, Duncan, all the greats have 3, 4, 5, and then obviously MJ with 6. I don't think to your point, where Giannis is at, I don't think uprooting his life and doing all this to get that second ring is worth it to him.
Well, I guess you could also hold up the crown of being one of the few to win 2 with 2 different teams, sure. Right? It's only LeBron, funny enough, Kareem, who left the Bucks.
Yeah.
And I guess in a weird way, Kawhi, even though different circumstances, Kawhi won multiple finals MVPs with different teams. You could hold that up, but again, it's different also. Like, you can say multiple rings matter, right? Steph and that dynasty and just the $1 billion economy that is Steph Curry is obviously different, but it's also different when you're the guy who wins the first, right? I know Milwaukee won a championship with Kareem 50 years ago, but like, to win that first championship, for Dirk to win them that first championship, for Akeem Olajuwon with the Rockets to win that first championship, and I know Akeem went to the Raptors for 1 year at the end, but like, to be that special player to that organization,
right,
makes it really hard to say we will part our separate ways and the last half of my career is going to be different, because I think that makes it harder for the grass to be greener on the other side. Giannis will always be beloved by Milwaukee.
Right.
Like, there's nothing he could do that would not make him a statue player outside that arena. And it's really hard to say, even if we're not in the best position right now, the grass still won't be green enough on the other side to justify leaving.
No, I don't think so either. And like I said, some of these guys, you get your one, and it's Drew Brees as well. You get your one, and hey, you did it, right? That second championship or that second Super Bowl, that puts you in a different stratosphere. I don't think it would do that. And maybe it's case by case. I don't think it would do that for Giannis. It's also pretty funny, if you think about it, just based on how things have broken down, that a lot of these guys don't really – they either have one or more than three. Just because of these last couple of years, they've been dynasty riddled. So there's not a lot of number one options with two even running around.
Well, there's only one, and it's Kawhi. But even Kawhi doesn't make sense, because it was like he got traded to Toronto and won a championship with this random one-off Toronto season.
And you can make the argument whether or not Kawhi was the one on the Spurs. You can make an argument.
Yeah, that one actually is really interesting, because he won Finals MVP, but Tony Parker was their best player. But again, that besides those points, it's a very special kind of career.
It ain't worth it for Giannis. I can see why it is not worth it for Giannis to uproot just to ring chase one more ring when you already have one.
Well, you already have one, and that's your Giannis and the Bucks. Like, he is the Bucks, right? The Giannis is more of a brand than the Bucks at this point. So it is so difficult for the team to then part ways with that, right? Because he's the guy.
Yeah, but he can do whatever he wants. He doesn't have to stay. He doesn't have to leave. He kind of supersedes the quote-unquote brand and the market, if you will. When we return, we're talking about guards and we're talking about forwards. Do the Kings need another big Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports?
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise Guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Is your AC on the fritz? Call Bell Brothers. Looking to replace your old unit with a 0% financing and no payments for 12 months on approved credit? Call Bell Brothers. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. The price we quote is the price you pay. We are the No Surprise Guys. Call today to get a free estimate on a new HVAC system, or simply schedule your $87 AC Precision tune-up to keep your system running smoothly. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience, we get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
So, of course, we would love for Jake LaRavia to stay. But if he doesn't stay, there's some money there that the Kings could play with. And Kyle decided that there is a name we should be talking about. And I'm kind of curious why Kyle brought this name up. But Kyle decided there is a name that we should be talking about as it pertains to the Kings and their roster construction, as Steve Popper, Knicks writer and NBA columnist for Newsday Sports, says that Precious Achiuwa of the Knicks is unlikely to return. So I saw this, Kyle. You sent it over to me, and my first thought was, we're gonna run three centers again. That's what you woke up this morning feeling like the Kings should be doing, Kyle. Three centers. We're doing that.
Precious Achiuwa is more of a power forward, but he had to play center on the Knicks because Tibbs doesn't trust anyone on his bench, and Carl couldn't play 48 minutes. But yes, he is a 6'8" hybrid forward center who does not shoot threes.
Kyle, in this economy,
but is a good defender.
So we're going to run three.
Not necessarily.
So he's Trey Lyles with no jump shot.
I'm saying we, as the Sacramento Kings, will be at the forefront of the too big revolution, is what I'm saying. Everyone kept saying all playoffs long, why don't we play the Lithuanian lumber together?
We have the meat.
We need to be at the forefront.
We have the meat
of the meat revolution in the NBA, as we might say.
Insane.
We have the meat.
With a bunch of meats that can't shoot.
Yes.
No.
Sabonis can shoot.
If you give him, how much time are you giving him?
Again, on offense, bigs matter. Position matters less on offense than it does on defense. Mm-hmm. But in this situation, it would be Sabonis with one of the other two more often. I don't think you're playing Valanciunas and Achiuwa at the same time.
No.
But for $5 million on a one-year deal, I think it's a strategy worth taking a look at, because then you could put Keegan at the 3. I've been talking about for years. They need to put Keegan at 3, and you can run a double big lineup with either Malik Monk or Zach LaVine together. You've got defense. You've got Sabonis being the ball in his hands as the primary facilitator. There is an argument to be made for running the quote-unquote too big lineup. And again, Achiuwa and Valanciunas are similar but not the same. I think you get different things from both, but there is a case to be made for, again, Achiuwa's not he's a 15-minute-a-game guy. Right. There's a case to be made for, in spurts, using the double big lineup for the meat revolution.
We have the meat.
Yeah, I just think and we're going to go from meats to pescatarian. I just think the Kings have bigger fish to fry than that position. If it fell in their lap, I'm okay with it, but the Kings have much bigger. I have not thought about the center position until literally today.
By the way, Precious Achua's nickname on Basketball Reference, I just looked it up, is the Big Sneeze.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but it's the Big Sneeze out here. I think Precious Achua is. I'm trying to be nice about this. Precious Achua.
You're the one who brought this up.
Precious Achua is a serviceable NBA player. And honestly, the Kings just don't have enough of those. If Jake LaRavia is gone, they're either bringing back Jay Crowder or
no, they're not
going to. But I'm talking about these minimum guys, right? You're either signing someone to the minimum or you're using the biannual exception, which is only $5.1 million. Honestly, surveying the landscape at guards and forwards who are going to go for $5.1 million, they're not exactly what the Kings need. At least in this situation, like I said, you can play some Keegan at the 3. You can play Devin Carter at the 3 with Precious. You know, you kind of mix and match lineups, give you some versatility with the bigs.
20 minutes he played. He averaged 20.5 minutes per game. He played 57. He played in 57 games. He started 10 of them. Then he started 1 game or 2 games in the playoffs?
Something like that.
Yeah.
But it was with Cat, obviously.
Right.
So defending 5s, but offensively a 4.
59% from the free throw. This is an old school Cat. We need more guys like this. Just bricks everywhere.
He was drafted as a small forward originally. Imagine drafting a small forward and he's going to shoot 27%. And they were like, if you're going to shoot 27%, brother, you got to be a center.
Yeah. Yeah. He just 52% on 2-pointers, 27% on 3. He only takes 0.6 a game, under 1. This is what Scott Perry's talking about. Now, this is old school basketball.
Now, here's a guy who's going to play 15 minutes and not shoot 3s. Also, you were the one who got a little bit toasted, but brought up the idea of just stick Valanciunas in the corner and have him shoot 3s.
Yeah.
All summer.
Okay.
So if you move Valanciunas to the 4, he's backing up Keegan. You can play him and Sabonis together. I'm just saying.
No.
If Valanciunas is going to be a 36% 3-point shooter,
and I got roasted for that, by the way. I got roasted for that.
Just telling Valanciunas to just sit in the corner and shoot 3s.
I definitely don't think that Precious Achua is. I don't even know. To be honest, it's so. It's going up and down for me. It fluctuates so much because I think he might get more than $5 million a year somewhere. It just ain't going to be in Sacramento.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know. I don't think he's a minimum contract guy, but he was, the 9th man on the Knicks this year, and the Knicks are famous for not having anyone on their bench. So I don't know. I don't know what to do with Precious Achua.
Yeah, I'm looking here. Like I said, 20.5 last season. He came over from Toronto. He played more minutes with the Knicks than he did in Toronto, 24 minutes a game. He, for the season, he was at 21.9. He only was playing 17.5 minutes per game with the Raptors. So I think it's an interesting conversation, but like I said, that is, I don't know, 3rd or even 4th on my priority list with the Kings. That's how I'm approaching that.
Well, that's why we prefaced it as a Jake LaRavia backup plan.
No, and I got some backups for Jake LaRavia if that doesn't work out. And it ain't Precious Achua. On the other side, in about an hour, Sacramento City Council will vote on the Sac Republic Stadium. So we give you an update on that. Mayor Kevin McCarty outlined a deal with Dave and Jason. So we have that sound for you as well. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Kyle, we completely missed it thanks to seeing brighter suns on the Sack Chat. Precious Achua. Achu.
Oh,
Yeah.
the big sneeze.
Big
is
sneeze.
because of Achua.
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty good. I love that.
There you go. Dad jokes as we get closer to Father's Day. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. What are we doing? I got a really good What Are We Doing segment. I'm passionate about this one. Okay, that's coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. 530 Joe from the 530. We were having a conversation about Talanoa Hufanga. Kyle, Hufanga was a great safety when he guessed right. When he didn't guess right, he got exposed. Thank you, Joe.
You don't become all-pro.
That was 1 year.
Again, you don't become all-pro by accident unless you're Trayvon Diggs. That one time you had like 80,000 interceptions.
It was 1 year, Kyle. Okay?
Just saying, you don't become all-pro safety by accident. You don't become the second best safety in the NFL without being good at your job.
So about an hour from now, the Sacramento City Council will vote on the planned new Sac Republic FC Stadium. and they are going to vote in hopes of beginning construction later this month at the rail yard site if it does get passed. We have some sound from Sacramento Mayor Kevin McCarty, who joined Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross to share why the new stadium plan involves minimal risk for residents of the city and explain what decision makers are weighing heading into the vote, and much more you can check out on YouTube. But here is one of the most important clips from the segment. Here we go.
There is minimal risk to the city of Sacramento. There's no risk to the general fund. This is gonna pencil. I'm certain it is, but for some reason it doesn't for the team. They're 100% on the hook. We have nothing in the stadium. They're paying for the stadium privately. We're just focusing on building the roads and the infrastructure around there and giving essentially a tax rebate that says, hey, if you build a new stadium and development around the rail yards, as new tax revenue comes in, we will reimburse you for the roads and infrastructure that you build. So zero risk to the general fund, a good deal for taxpayers, a win-win all around.
So obviously that would be great if they're able to, continue to expand. It's great for the city of Sacramento. And we know it's been a kind of push-pull here with the MLS conversation in the Sac Republic. I did a game, I emceed a game out there for the Sac Republic last season. It's outstanding. The vibes are crazy. Fans really passionate about them. So I don't know, Kyle. I would be really surprised if this doesn't get passed, right? The question is about the tax exemption and whether they should get it or not. But I would be fairly surprised, and they need 5 of 9 city council members to vote yes. As we mentioned, the vote is happening at 2 p.m. So Whitey and Kyle Draper and Jay Johnson will have more for you when that does happen. They would start building on the rail yards this summer, and the hope would be for it to open in 2027, which is not that far away. They get cracking pretty quick here because that is not that far away.
Less than 2 years, which obviously this is not a massive 50,000 seat stadium, but I believe, if I remember correctly, it has the potential to add on. The problem with Sutter Health Park right now is that they can't build on it. They would have to build a completely new stadium. I think the plan with this is that if they got to MLS, I think it could expand to 30,000 seats or something like that, although there's no real plan to move to MLS as it stands right now.
Yeah, and you can take a step back and simply look at what Sacramento could look like in, I don't know, about 5 years here with Sac State doing what they're doing and everything they have going on with the football stadium and the basketball arena, things like that. Then you throw this into the mix with the Sac Republic, and obviously you still got Golden One, which is the kind of the gold standard here in Sacramento for, just the representation of the new age Sacramento, if you will. And I just think it's great, man. I was with, we were doing a River Cats game, and, one of our promos, they came down from Chico, right? And I was sitting there while we were getting ready to do the promo, and I said, what is in Chico besides Chico State? I went there a very long time ago, had a great time, by the way. Had a buddy that was, because, I started at Sonoma State, so it's not that far of a drive. My buddy said, hey, come out. It was an office-themed party, I will just leave it at that we attended, and I had a great time at Chico State, but I asked, what else is in Chico besides Chico State? And she responded and said, yeah, nothing really. And I think we look at this too much and compare. I'm not saying Sacramento does this, but there's so much of a comparison to the Bay Area, to LA, and to, some of the other parts of California. But you look at it and you can see destinations can be different for everyone. If you're coming from Chico, right? Yeah, you could go to the Bay if you want, but there's still something to be said about, hey, I mean, I would never say the bright lights of Sacramento. I'm not saying that, but coming for this person that I had a conversation with, it did feel like that a little bit, being able to go from a Chico or even an Auburn to being in downtown Sacramento and kind of building their life here, right? I tell people all the time, I have a great time in Sacramento, and a lot of my friends, they've had a great time in Sacramento. So I think that everything is, when we're talking about money with these athletes and otherwise, everything is relative, and you don't have to compare everything to LA, everything to New York, right? And move on from there. I've been in a lot of cities in the U.S., and from Austin to Houston. I was just out there in Chicago, and they all can be successful. They all can be fun without comparing everything. And I understand in the sports business and just in life in general, it's all a competition. But I think that what Sacramento is doing should be able, as the state capital, should be able to live independent from other things. I'll tell you this much. I love going to downtown Sacramento more than dealing with the San Francisco. Oh, what part are you in the Mission? Are you, where are you in the city? You can be in San Francisco and never see your buddy because they're on the other side, right? So I think that it's different strokes for different folks, but what Sacramento is building here, we'll see if it passes or not with the rail yards. And I from what I've read, it feels like it's going to, and they'll have an update for you.
It seems like it's headed that way, which, by the way, if anyone is hanging around downtown right now or maybe about to go on their lunch break, they're having a public hearing right now at City Hall. So you want to go down there?
Send us video.
It's happening. I don't know. Are you allowed to film in City Hall? I don't know is it like a courthouse? Are you allowed to film in there?
Send us legal content.
Sure.
There you go.
Send us legally filmed and acquired content.
Yes.
But anyways, yeah, so the hearing's going on right now if anyone wants to check it out. I think the fact that the mayor is in support of the deal makes it more likely that it's going to get passed. I don't know the ins and outs of who's voting what on the city council, but most indications are that it's going to get passed. Dave was talking about it this morning. It seems like it's headed towards
Dave
getting passed.
wants it done. If Dave wants it done.
Yeah, but you know, Dave is bought and paid for.
If Dave wants it done, you got the LeBron James of the show. You got the mayor. Oh, what we need a name for Dave, right? City Councilman Dave.
I just call him the King of Kings Twitter.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
City Councilman Dave. If he is, if Dave's probably there in a suit.
Yes, I bet you he is. I would guess Dave is or
can we get eyes on Dave? Can we get eyes on Dave, please?
Eye on Dave. Where is Dave? Probably there somewhere right now. But yeah, the idea is they're going to vote at 2:00. The other thing that I learned from just listening to the interview with Kevin is that 2:00 is the vote for this. Mm-hmm. And then by 9:00 tonight, they have to submit their budget for the year. So in the time frame in between this, they gotta figure out how to balance because I think they're at like a $40 million deficit. And I'm sure they know how they're going to balance it, but they got like a quick turnaround to figure out how they're going to balance this whole budget thing out.
Yeah.
They have to go from silly Republic vote to how are we going to balance our $40 million deficit this year?
So, and the conversation about some of the tax exemptions and things like that, will they get that money back and some once this thing opens up and you can seat more people and the brand continues to grow and the jobs continue to grow? And that's one thing when you bring it back to Sutter Health and what's going on with the A's and what they no longer have in Oakland. Those people are not now driving from Oakland to Sacramento. Those people do not have jobs. And the people that were working, a lot of these people that were working the River Cats games, their jobs have completely changed, right? Some of this could have been part-time jobs for them. Some of the people that I've talked to, a lot of the workers are retired, retired teachers and others. And you're going to make more money, but it is more of a commitment. So those conversations that are had and just the revenue and the money that is being circulated within Sacramento, I think is for sure a good thing.
Yeah, and I think that's part of this too, is that Sacramento doesn't exactly have a medium-sized venue for concerts, for events, things like that. They have a large arena in Golden One Center, and then they have the 3,000 seats at all the various, Thunder Valleys and everywhere else, the venues and all that stuff.
The venue.
Whatever.
That's what it's called.
You know, they have that, but they don't necessarily have a medium-sized venue. And I think that's kind of the idea of what the Republic deal is going to be. But also, I think the way that people at the Republic are also framing it as is like, hey, it's going to transform the rail yards a little bit, right? Like there's nothing really there right now. And so you're potentially going to have housing built around it. You're potentially going to have McCarty mentioned in the interview, possibly a hotel could potentially go up around there, kind of similar to Doco, maybe some restaurants, maybe some art, some stuff around the entertainment venue. There's no guarantee that any of that is coming, but it's the idea that instead of just having the Republic Stadium at Cal Expo, you could then also have an entertainment district around what's going on at that stadium if you're going to have concerts and stuff there.
When we return, 1 o'clock hour, one more hour with you. The Sacramento Kings are talking with the Hawks and Cavs about trades, but apparently Trey Young isn't the best teammate. Do you care? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter right to your email. Get your latest on the Sacramento Kings, Athletics, and Republic FC with the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit sacktownsports.com to join.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know addiction to drugs like meth or cocaine is a disease and not a choice? But getting help is. If you have stimulant use disorder, you, your family, and friends may have a lot of questions, including where to start. Choose Change California can help. Make a change today and find a proven treatment option for you at choosechangeca.org.
Hot summer savings explode at Maida's Elk Grove Chevy. Save $12,000 off MSRP after rebates. Every new 2025 Silverado half-ton LT and RST in stock. Maida Chevy has similar savings on every new Silverado. One of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. $12,000 off new Silverado exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
West Vegas 2011 renewal. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
At SMUD, we power local business with incentives on clean energy equipment, tools to manage electricity usage and save money, tailored solutions from dedicated strategic account advisors, and 50% lower rates than neighboring utilities, all while doing more for the planet with clean energy solutions, savings, reliability, personalized service, clean energy, helping local businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
1 o'clock hour, taking you up to 2 p.m. We were having a discussion about the rail yards and the proposal to have a new stadium be built there, which is happening at 1 o'clock. I got a question at 2 o'clock, excuse me. I got a question as we are getting into this Grant Afseth article as he discusses Trey Young and the possibility of the Kings going after Trey Young and Darius Garland. Somebody hopped on the text line, 916-339-1140. If you want to be a part of the conversation, one more hour left. And they said, Kyle, basically, you had mentioned that there aren't any medium-sized venues, right? And the 530 says Wheatland Amphitheater is a medium-sized venue. And I said, for sure, I've been there, but couldn't you argue that it's not that close? 530 says, haha, it's right next to Hard Rock, and they call Hard Rock Sacramento, but yeah, way too far. I laugh every time I'm at a concert, and the people say, how we doing, Sacramento? So I can't really tell if 530 is agreeing with me or not, but I think the point remains there needs to be something a little bit closer.
So I just looked it up right now. From our location in the studio to the Toyota Amphitheater, the Wheatland Amphitheater, it is 36 miles away.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's less about if it's actually Sacramento and more about the brand. I think obviously they can say, well, how you doing, Sacramento? They're not going to say, how you doing, Wheatland? No one's going to say that, but the point remains it would be nice to have a medium-sized venue a little bit closer.
It's South Yuba City, if that helps. It's basically South Yuba City.
Like I said, we went for my birthday to see my guy, Bryson Tiller, last year, and we got an Uber because you got to be safe, and it was a very expensive Uber. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Okay, from Natomas, it was a very expensive Uber.
It's a 40-minute drive, which again, that exists. I know some people were bringing up the whatever the venue, I think is someone on the text line had another one. Let me just see real quick. Oh, Hard Rock. Yeah.
No, that's the same one. Yeah, it's the same one.
Yeah, Thunder Valley was the other one people were bringing up, the venue. Those are not as large or outdoors as what the idea of the Republic Stadium is going to be. But I understand why people would make the point we have other venues like that. I guess it's just the idea that it's somewhere in between Golden One Center and in between those, but it's also going to be an outdoor venue. And also, again, I think the Republic would make the point, it's also centrally located, right? The idea of it being in the rail yards makes it more convenient for everybody, whether you're out in, West Sacramento or out by Rockland. It's relatively easy to get to from all directions instead of, I'm guessing if you're traveling from Stockton, it's got to be like an hour to get to the Wheatland Amphitheater.
Yeah, the 530 was essentially just saying, hey, yeah, I live in Yuba City, and I just think it's funny when Hard Rock claimed, when they're in Wheatland and they claim Sacramento. Yeah, they do it all. They do it all the time, though. It's funny, even going back to where the Niners play in Santa Clara versus San Francisco. So we will not be on. We will be finishing up right when that vote is happening. But I'm sure the Drive guys, when we hand the keys over to the Drive guys, they will have that information for you. As we kicked off the show talking about Grant Afset, who I was talking to him this morning. We are working on getting him on the show later this week. He's covering the Dallas Wings as well as dropping some heaters on RG Media or for RG Media. And he mentioned that the Kings are talking to the Cavs about Darius Garland, who has the great toe injury, just got surgery on that. He also mentioned that the Kings were working on a framework for a deal for Trey Young, but that has stalled in recent weeks. So I have been not getting fried. I mean, sometimes I really get fried on social media, but I said that I would rather have Trey Young, okay? And somebody responded to me, and they said, basically, Trey Young is a bad teammate and a bad defender. This is from Nick Cooper, who hit me up on X on Twitter. And I said, since when is Trey Young? Whenever I see Trey Young, his teammates are all around him. And, it feels like he is not, I don't know about beloved when you don't win games, but seems like people like him. I hadn't heard this before, right? So Nick Cooper sends me all this stuff from different kind of writers saying, this is from, I believe, Eric Pincus. His reputation is such that he's not necessarily loved by his teammates. Pincus said of Young, that's the buzz. And I don't like to say negative things, but it's pretty overwhelming. I guess the intel on Trey is that his teammates don't enjoy playing with him. Then Coop decides to keep going. CBS Sports, Bill Reeder wrote in a recent article about there being a serious disconnect between star Trey Young and many, though some nearly all of his teammates. Kyle, this was news to me. I had not heard about, and thank you to Nick Cooper. Coop, shout out Coop for hitting me up on social media. Feel free to always do that. I'm on Instagram at _Styles with an I, TikTok, and of course, Twitter. I'm always on Twitter. I don't even look at my screen. You know, the screen will give you weekly available reports. I don't even look at them because I know my Twitter percentage is going to be ridiculous. But Kyle, had you heard about this with Trey Young being a quote unquote bad teammate? This was news to me.
I don't know what makes good or bad. I'd always thought of him as coach killer because he got Nate McMillan fired, but I never know what's good teammate, bad teammate situation. I guess I had heard it before, but not ever thought anything of it.
Yeah, I hadn't either.
I'd heard the whispers, the whispers of bad teammate, but I always just chalk it up as like, oh, whatever. We don't actually know.
Well, the other thing is, too, when your team isn't very good, the timelines aren't terribly different. But Trey Young, I guess he's still trying to figure out who he is in this league, right? I've joked about him kind of hunting assists and things like that. And who are you? Who is Trey Young's comp? He was kind of a Steph Curry variant along with the Buddy Hields of the world that just didn't really work out because there's only one Steph Curry, but he's been pretty darn successful. Got, the weird trade with Luka. So I think Trey's just trying to find his footing. He's leaving our favorite 24 to 26-year-old range. He's still in it, but he's about to leave it. So I think Trey's just trying to figure out who he is in this league. That's no excuse to be a quote-unquote bad teammate. But I guess I say all that to say, Kyle, I don't care. That has no bearing on how I feel about the Kings getting Trey Young, because you're the Kings. You can't afford to care about that.
I guess it just depends on whether he's going to be a long-term part of your future, right? If you're making the commitment sight unseen to a 4-year contract extension and there are concerns about that and he doesn't vibe in the locker room, then maybe we have a problem if we've just committed 5 years to this guy. But the flip side of that is, the RG media reports from Grant Avseth, which, by the way, do you think RG3's upset that he didn't come up with RG media before this moment?
I don't even know what RG3's show is called. I know Cam's is 4th and 1. I don't even know. It's just RG3 talking. That's just what it is.
Again,
so you're probably right.
RG media would have been a good name. But anyways, the reports from RG Media and Grant Avseth say that there were talks about a trade, but there weren't talks about like an extension or anything like that. So maybe it is hey, Trey, we got you for 1 year plus a player option. Let's just see how it goes on a rental, and then we can work out a long-term extension after that. And if that's the case, I guess that maybe alleviates your concerns, because if he gets there and it just goes horribly in the locker room, then I guess you can just move on without real ramifications.
As far as Darius Garland is concerned, the Sacramento Kings, this is from Grant's article, the Sacramento Kings have identified Cleveland Cavaliers point guard Darius Garland as a trade target as they seek to address the team's vacancy at lead guard this offseason. Multiple league sources told RG Sacramento is motivated to find a long-term solution at point guard. Well, there you go, Kyle. Right there in the article, that they're motivated to find a long-term solution, going back to Trey Young. After trading De'Aaron Fox in February, however, Garland recently underwent toe surgery and faces a lengthy recovery timetable. It remains to be seen if he will be available to start the regular season, which is naturally a factor any potential trade suitor must weigh. Real quick, before we get to Garland, the one thing I will say about Trey is that I like hearing about bad teammates in good situations, right? Trey Young hasn't really been in a good situation, so I'm just going to do the fresh start thing. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, get him a fresh start, and let's see what happens.
Because what's a great place for a fresh start? Yeah. Sacramento Kings basketball.
If you can't make it here, It's not New York. If you can't make it here, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. If you can't make it here, you're probably going to be out the league soon. That's how it goes.
Well,
that's the Sacramento thing.
Well, no, the New York idea, I think, is if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. In Sacramento, it's if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
Yes. Or if you can't make it here, you'll probably be successful somewhere else in 3 years. And if that's Tyrese Halliburton.
If you can't make it here, there'll be another chance for you somewhere else.
If you can't make it here, you're probably lucked out. That's probably.
If you can't make it here, go try Boston.
Yeah. Or Indiana. It's lovely this time of year. But getting back to Darius Garland, I'll say it before and I'll say it again, and it might sound disrespectful. I'd rather pay over, what was it, Kyle, $10 million less and just get me Colin Sexton. I know. It sounds disrespectful. Here's the head-to-head, 18 points a game for Darius Garland. The biggest change or the biggest difference is that Darius Garland took way more threes than Colin Sexton, and they both shot it at 40%, and Darius Garland at 6.7 assists to Colin Sexton is not even at 5. He's at 4.5 assists per game, but I'm just not sure I'm willing to pay Darius Garland what he is owed at $39.4 million, and then $42 million after that, then $44.5, so $45 million. And he's coming off the toe injury. He's had a couple injuries last season as well. I'd rather just take Colin. To me, it's more about, I don't know how much better the Kings are with Darius Garland. I think they're still fighting for a play-in. Give me Colin Sexton at $18 million, an expiring contract, because I just want this thing to end.
Yeah,
I just want it to end.
You're in favor of whether it's Sexton or Kobe White or Chris Paul or Tyus Jones or Dennis Schroeder, you're in favor of the 1 year plug-and-play point guard, and we'll figure it out after that. Cole Anthony was someone else we mentioned who's kind of in that same situation. So I think same thought process kind of works. It's like you don't compromise your long-term future. You still, in this situation, would have either a DeRozan trade chip to move or, some other trade piece you can get together, but for the most part, you could use your trade exceptions and things like that. But you're making the point that none of these second-tier or third-tier point guards are really moving the needle for you.
No, not for me. Now, I will say, I just think based on how they play and the difference in how they play, I would be more willing. I just think it's a bigger swing on Trey Young than Darius Garland. That's just a preference.
Sure.
That's just a preference. A lot of people. Now, if we're picking between Trey Young and Darius Garland, I'm picking Trey Young. Some people are picking Darius Garland. If we're picking between Trey Young and Colin Sexton to just sit there and not do the big deal, that one's tougher for me because I would say, okay, well, it depends. If Trey Young, who's got a player option next season, I believe, if it's Trey Young for 2 years and then we're going to restart, cool. I don't want Trey Young for 5 more years, I don't think.
Unless it goes super well next year. He's like the perfect complement to Blossom Keegan or something. I think maybe to your point, okay, so we're not trading for the star point guard like a Ja Morant or a Darius Garland, but we're also not trading for that 1 year rental, a Kobe White or whatever. But at the same time, I see you fighting with people on the chat, Alan.
Oh, no, now Kyle can see.
Yeah, now I can see your laptop. I see you. Don't do it.
It's too late.
Stop fighting with people on the chat.
Late.
I see you. I see you doing it.
Just do your job, Kyle. Don't worry about me.
Maybe Trey Young is some sort of compromise in the middle. I'm sorry.
No, I'm gonna hide
derailed me. I was looking at the camera and then I glanced over at your screen and I saw you open the chat and I know which comment you're responding
Well, no, hold on
to.
now. Hold on. Before we go any further, this is what's going on. Okay, if you're driving around or if you're checking it out on the YouTube, we are working on some tech updates here in the studio. So I'm sitting in a different seat. Okay, so I'm sitting in a different seat. So now Kyle can see my laptop. All right, which makes me very uncomfortable. So now Kyle can see my laptop.
Why? What are you doing?
And we had a texter text in say that we are depressing because they are hearing what they want to hear. They're saying you are depressing to listen to. Keep in mind, this is still Sacramento and Kings fans would still prefer to hear encouraging commentaries. You two have always been so negative against the Kings. Unbelievable. 2 exclamation points and a $sign that I think was supposed to be a 3rd exclamation point. Look, man, like I said, we got 3 shows all day. Different strokes for different folks. You hear what you want to hear. Some people say it's negative. Some people think it's positive. Some people think it's just realistic. That's your opinion, 916.
I guess you didn't give the context, though. I've been trying to get you to stop fighting with people on the chat. And I can see you fighting with someone on the chat, and I'm trying to stop you.
For every person that says we're negative, there is someone that calls in and says, this guy keeps it real. So that's why I said, that's why we have 3 different shows. Now, I'm not going to say how other shows or hosts do their shows, but there are more optimistic hosts on the station. There are more pessimistic hosts on the station. You got Carmichael Dave. So, and Carmichael Dave is – Kyle, let's run through it again, by the way. I know we're over time, but quickly. Let's run through it, by the way. So this fan is where's our list, Kyle? Our realistic fan, optimistic fan, pessimistic fan, unrealistic fan, delusional fan, self-loathing fan, anarchist fan, apathetic fan. I've been a fan for 40 years, fan, down bad fan. Well, how about this? And this is what, Kyle, you're here. I was just going to respond and keep it pushing. But I want to know.
I felt like this was better content.
I want to know from, what were they, a 916? 916, call in. And you tell us what when we're doing a trade candidate of the day, what is negative about that? It's a 4-hour show, 916. Please call in. Please. Because I get it. The fingers are much stronger than the voice. But call in. Tell us where is the positivity? You want me to sit here and say nobody at all. We sat here, and I'm not going to say who, we sat here and had to hear, let's give Monty McNair some credit. Let's give Monty McNair some credit. I bet you felt good about that. Then you woke up someday after we gave Monty McNair all this credit, and the brother didn't have a job. He didn't have a job. So I'm not going to sit here and give Monty McNair some credit when it feels like he's going to get fired, and then what happens? He got fired. We literally sat here, and sometimes it's just tones of voices. I get it. But all we did was sit here and say, I don't want Trey Young. I'd rather just get Colin Sexton because I want it to end. But again, this is why I said I want the finals to end. Because Sacramento right now, just like my mom in Panama, I don't know. I don't understand that culture. You don't understand finals culture. You want to sit here and you want to pray for a 6 seed. You deserve better than that, 916. We'll be right back. Allen Stiles Show on Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Kyle, we have anyone? Did they call in or no?
No call yet, but we're still watching.
Well, they're not going to call. They never call. 916-339-1140, taking you up to 2 p.m. Since I'm already here in a complaining mode anyway, we only got 45 minutes left before we hand you over to the drive guys. But Kyle, let's get right on into the what are we doing segment of the show. That's right. And we could have used that last segment. We really could have. But
what are we doing?
But we're going to use it here. And I want to know if I'm alone on this, because Kyle said Kyle is not in the same realm of adulting as me. All right. So I don't know if it's just me or whatever the case may be. But my what are we doing today is, it goes to the 916, the texter from last segment. But it also goes to what we're dealing with right now, whether you're on, Open Table. When you make a reservation on Open Table, or you you schedule a doctor's appointment, anything, all these different appointments, reservations, things like that. Why are you sending me a text asking me to confirm that I am still showing up? I made the reservation. I made the appointment. Why do I need to tell you, hey, say yes if you're coming? I'll tell you if I'm not coming. What are we doing with that? It's ridiculous.
So I'm confused.
What are we doing?
So we're doing this after you've already gotten your receipt or your confirmation.
Yes.
Right? So you're booking golf, you said was originally what it was?
Golf just sent me a weird confirmation for Father's Day this morning, even though I booked it 2 days ago. So that just got me thinking about it, where you already sent me a confirmation email. You already took the money. Why are you sending me this? Why are you sending me this?
So I guess I'm stuck on, but it's not even close to the thing yet, right? You could still back out. There's still like 4 days to back out.
Well, no, not for golf, because that is non-refundable. Okay, not for golf. But let's separate golf. I'm talking about, I made a reservation for a restaurant.
Okay,
and then they will text you saying, please confirm that you will still be here. Why are you sending that?
Well, probably because a lot of people who book a reservation and then can't attend just say, oh, it doesn't matter. Well, they'll give our table away. It's fine. They'll hold the reservation. You ever been to like one of those like sushi restaurants where like they will do like the revolving
I hear you.
Like the conveyor belt of food things. Mm-hmm. When you do that, they will say like, oh, your number is up. We will hold for 15 minutes while you come to meet your reservation, right? So instead of putting a time limit on it, some people just be like, I'll just let it expire. It's fine. But then they're sitting there for 15 minutes and they can't put anyone at that table while they're waiting for you. So I guess it's the idea of, hey, if you've canceled, that's fine. We just want to know so we can give your table away.
If I'm going to cancel, and I understand some people don't cancel, I'm also very good at canceling because I understand it, and Irv on the Sack Chat is saying people forget to cancel. So the reservation thing for me, it just feels unnecessary. Okay? I went through all this, all right? And when they're sending it as well doesn't make sense to me, all right? But I will say this, and Kyle's kind of debunked the reservation one, but you are not debunking the doctor's appointment one. That one to me is insane. And then it's almost like they're threatening you. Yes, if you'll be here. What are you going to do? Cancel it? What if I don't see the text?
Well, doctor's appointments, I don't know enough about that to be like, do doctors have a problem with not seeing enough patients?
I don't know.
I feel like there's not enough doctors. So like if you don't show up, they'll just get someone else in the door who's shown up for it. But I don't know. I think the reservation one makes sense. The golf one doesn't make a lot of sense.
No.
If you're going to a restaurant, I understand it because they only have a finite number of openings. I don't feel like, I mean, I guess a doctor can only see a certain number of patients every day, but it's not like the building is restricted on how many people a doctor can see.
This is my dental appointment. Okay? My dental appointment in January. Here you go. This is ridiculous. Okay? Your appointment at blank is coming up. This is on the 14th, Kyle.
Of January?
Yes. January 14th, I get a text. Your appointment is coming up January 21st. please text C to confirm. Okay?
Wait, hold on. C as in the letter or C as in the Spanish phrase?
No,
S-I?
the letter.
Okay.
Then,
I was like, that would be a really weird, because C means yes in Spanish. So I was like, they want you to text yes, but in Spanish?
Then I noticed that I didn't respond here. So that was the 14th. Okay? Then on the 19th, they send me another one. All right? And I didn't respond. Okay. Then on the 21st, they send it that day. And at that point, they say, we'll see you soon because I would have gotten charged. So what is the point?
I'm guessing it's the same as the restaurants. It's just like, if you don't show up for your dentist.
But you're going to charge me. You're going to charge me anyway.
I mean, don't restaurants charge? Some restaurants charge for reservations?
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do.
I think they would still rather give the table away or give the seat away in the dentist's office than just charge you for the money. They could get double. They could tell them you're canceling or you need to reschedule. I think dentists is probably more reschedule, right? People reschedule dentist appointments more frequently than like dinner reservations.
Well, and you don't go to the dentist either? You don't go to the doctor? You don't go to the dentist?
It's been a while since I've been to a dentist,
This is
brother.
ridiculous. What are we doing?
With not going to a dentist or?
What are we doing? No, both for you. Both for you. When we return, Kyle tried to convince me to get Jerami Grant, and I can't believe how down bad we were that we thought he would fix our problems. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The doctor's office that accidentally mixed up your files has your social security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info. And the hotel that lost your reservation has your passport number. You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that can expose you to identity thieves. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing. Oh, hey. More like Mira Joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects. Ooh, how does it work? It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau Call them right now. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
From Nick on the text line, 916-339-1140. Nick. Alan, is it that hard to hit 1 to confirm? LOL. It's the principal. It's the principal, Nick.
C.
C. Then the letter C. 916 says, the dentist is definitely a scam, and they will send you anything. I didn't go to the dentist for 10 years, and my teeth were fine, but you do have to floss every day.
I don't want to be the person who's making that point. Again, Kyle Ledbetter, although he does not go to the dentist, does not believe dentists are a scam. Dentists do great work.
I would say this.
This is more a healthcare problem than anything else.
I would say this about the dentist, all right? You do have to be careful and I do like where I go, right? Unless somebody out there wants to give me an endorsement to go somewhere else. But when I was in Oakland, there definitely was a place that told me I needed at least 2 things that were pretty darn expensive. I had pretty good teeth my whole life, knock on wood, never had a cavity, right? I had braces in high school for a couple years, and it was something with the way I sleep or grinding my teeth or something like that. And it was one of these more new age dental offices, right? Oh, we do things, it's all organic or whatever it is. My wife found it, and I just, she went, so I went. They were trying to get me to cash out on something, some mouth guard I needed to sleep with. And, this is $500-$700, whatever it is. I said, I'm just going to go somewhere else. I go to a different dentist before I move out here. Kyle, I have never heard anybody else say that to me again. Never. Never. So you got to be careful. But hey, your health is your wealth. Okay. You have to make decisions for yourself. I thought, I've never heard this before. Let me go somewhere else. And I did, and I never heard about it again.
You know what? Multiple opinions, right? This is the NBA thing. You got to get multiple opinions from multiple doctors.
That's right.
Before you take any action. I probably should go to the dentist. Now that's my takeaway from the whole
show turned into Kyle needs to go to the dentist, man.
Dude, I need to go to the dentist, and you need to stop fighting with people on the sack.
Well,
chat.
only one of those things is going to happen. Maybe 2 of them should happen. Any call? Did we get a call, by the way?
No. Yeah, the 916 you spent 5 minutes fighting with did not call in.
Okay.
I see that text line open on your computer.
No, I have to because I don't have the other computer right now.
I know. So, just be careful.
No, I'm just double checking what's going on, and we're double checking on what's going on with the Blazers and Jerami Grant. Now, a couple years ago, this was the guy. This was the guy that was going to save us from Harrison Barnes. And now, a couple years later, as Jerami Grant, look, he's been very open. He didn't want to get traded. I'm not sure of Jerami Grant's family situation, but these guys have been pretty open. And Zach LaVine, for everything that he went through this season, has been pretty open. He had a kid, right, during the season. They do not like being traded. If you are let me say this. If you are in a really bad situation, right, maybe you're looking to get out at the trade deadline, but even Kevin Durant said it wasn't so much about I want to finish what I started with my guys, sure, but even Kevin Durant, it was more so about I just didn't want to be traded during the season. These guys do not like being traded during the season. So Jerami Grant's been very open about that. And, the Blazers weren't sure what they want to do. So we have 2 teams here in the Blazers and the Jazz that are now trying to figure out what to do with these guys that just absolutely don't fit their timeline, and the markets aren't great. I don't know what the market is for Jerami Grant. I don't know what the market is for DeAndre Ayton, and they're all just stuck in Portland. They're all stuck in Portland.
And Time Lord and Matisse Thybulle. They've got a lot of these guys that are just eating up roster spots. And again, they have to pay somebody because, again, that you have to pay 90% of salary floor in the NBA. But their team is in a tough spot. Both Portland and Utah are in similar spots where it's like, we have 4 or 5 quality veterans making $20 to $30 million, but we also are trying to get the young guys time. I think Washington also falls into this camp, but Washington and Utah decided they were just going to tank at the end of the season and sit all the young guys. Portland's more interesting because if you look at Portland from like the trade deadline onward this year, they were above 500 and an above average net rating this year. So Portland's kind of in a weird spot of like, no, our older guys and our young guys. Sorry, Justin on the Sack Chat just said stay away from new age dentist offices. So I've started a trend of people hating dentists now. But Portland, sorry, that derailed me a little bit. Portland is in this weird camp where they're actually like really good. And I think Portland is going to be a play-in, if not playoff team next year if they keep this group together.
If you do look at it though, and I'm on their kind of breakdown, and this is what Bobby Marks was talking about. DeAndre Ayton only has 1 more year. It's really just you can't get off of Jerami Grant. But DeAndre Ayton only has 1 more year. Anthony Simons only has 1 more year. Robert Williams only has 1 more year. Matisse Thybulle has a player option, but he only has 1 more year. They're going to keep Shaedon Sharpe, so they'll extend him there. But those are all your guys that it doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? Besides Jerami Grant. So it's not terrible to keep one vet. I mean, you wish you wouldn't have to pay that vet $32 million when he's playing 50 games a season, but you could find a team that could be convinced that DeAndre Ayton, hey, you made your money, right? DeAndre Ayton is at that Tobias Harris time frame, right? Where now DeAndre Ayton is, hey, you got paid more than you probably should have, and people thought you were going to be something, and now you're not. Now you're going to get paid correctly with your next contract.
I think he's at Wiggins and Golden State stage of former number 1 pick in the draft.
Right.
But I don't know exactly what he's going to end up with at this point. It's why I said before, and again, I don't think they're going to make this trade now based on everything we're hearing, but it's why they were the perfect Zion team, right? Or someone like that who's like on a second contract, kind of falling out of love in the place they're at now. If Ja Morant wanted to get moved, I think Ja Morant would make sense for them because they can move expiring contracts and draft picks that might be something, but they're, Shaedon Sharpe is probably closer to Tari Eason than he is to Jalen Green, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we're just using the Rockets as an example. He's probably not ever going to be their number 1, but he can still be a very serviceable player somewhere in the NBA.
So you have obviously the guys that they're going to move forward with. Denny, I mean, for sure. Is Denny, Tamani, Kamara, and Shaedon, are those the only 3 you would say for sure? Because I don't know about Scoot. I'm purposely not saying Scoot.
Yeah, I think Scoot, I would say they're going to move forward with Scoot, Klingon, and there's one more young guy in there that I'm forgetting. But they're going to move forward with those guys until
City Sissoko.
Notice.
That's who you forgot. City Sissoko.
I think they're going to move forward with those guys until further notice. But Denny and Tumani, I think, are their 3 and 4 of the future. Like, though, that's probably going to be their wings going forward, unless someone can convince them otherwise.
So, go ahead, Kyle.
Everyone else, kind of like, what's the offer on the table?
The deals were DeMar DeRozan goes to the Blazers, and they try to send him somewhere else, most likely, even though maybe they think that they're a DeMar DeRozan away from being a better version of the Kings. And the Kings would acquire Jerami Grant and Chris Murray. I said, what did I say yes to that, Kyle?
Well, don't forget they also get a 7th grader.
Yes.
Which is a 2031 second.
No, not in the, you didn't have that in the first deal.
Oh, was that not the first one?
That's in the second, yeah. That's in the second deal.
Oh, either way, I think I edited it a little bit, but yeah, the idea is DeRozan expiring contract to move off of Jerami Grant. So then they would have, if my math is correct there, they would have Ayton, Thibault, Simons, DeRozan, and one other guy you mentioned earlier, all on expiring contracts at this point, which gives them a lot of flexibility next summer in 2026. They would have like $80 million in cap space.
You know, they could convince themselves that they are. I know they probably don't want DeRozan taking shots away from their guys, but I mean, it depends on how much they think that, what was it, that 10, 15 game stretch was a kind of a indication of who they could be next season. Obviously, they know they're not going to win the whole thing, but maybe it's, hey, DeMar, come on up. At least we know we got a 25 point per game score, and maybe we can mess around and be an 8 seed, get these guys a taste of the playoffs and kind of rock and roll from there. I don't see that happening, but I think that DeMar DeRozan helps them more than Jerami Grant helps them right now, just from a production perspective, which then begs the question. Again, DeMar DeRozan is a really good player. He just came out here and the fit didn't make a lot of sense, and that kind of has harmed him a bit. I think his brand is probably big enough to not, and it's really not as much as Sacramento that it is what happened in Chicago as well. He's just been connected to the play-in for so many years now, but they could talk themselves into it, I'm sure.
I don't think they can talk themselves into Simons and DeRozan.
Yeah, probably not.
But one of them could. I think the bigger point, though, is they're trying to compete next year. Mm-hmm. They're not trying to tank next season. I think they have a real chance of being in the play-in, if not playoff conversation, based on, again, like we said, from January onward, they were like 9th in the league in the Western Conference in net rating. So I do think they have a chance to be better next year. I think the reason they would make that specific deal that we talked about is for the $80 million in financial cap space that they would get next summer in 2026 to do whatever they wanted around their young guys.
Is Whitey Gleason back there? I can't see.
Yeah, he's back here.
Whitey Gleason joins us to close out the show. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. We get it. Tariffs are tough. Power tools are getting expensive. But at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, we're solving that problem for 2 short days on June 20th and June 21st. We're putting all DeWalt power tools on massive discount. Batteries for less than $100. Combo kits for under $150. 20% off all regular price Tough System boxes and much, much more. So stop by Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento on June 20th and 21st for some of the lowest prices on tools you'll ever see this year. To see all of what's on sale, visit FastenersInc.net. Fasteners Inc. Better tools, better prices.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SacktownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
Hey, Alan.
Achua.
Yeah. Like
You-
a sneeze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got it.
Right. I hadn't heard that before, but when you guys were talking to Precious Achua, Kyle said, you know what his nickname is? Basketball Reference. The Big Sneeze. Why would that be? I don't know. I can't think of why. Yelling at the radio.
Yeah.
Achua!
Well, you know what? The reason that wasn't in my mind is because the whole Westbrook thing has just made me very weary of the joking about names thing. So I did not even think that.
He was
But
being respectful.
I was trying to be.
Yeah.
I was trying to be. But
Speaking of you being respectful, thank you. Yesterday, I was listening to you guys when I was driving out to Rancho Murrieta, not Marietta, as some people call it. But you were talking about swings, and I got to see Draper swing, and you said, I bet Whitey has a pretty good swing, and I just appreciate you said that.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
have no idea. You've never seen it, but I appreciate you said that.
No, I don't need to see your swing. I need to see Draper swing. I need to see Carmichael Dave swing. You and Jason,
Those guys golf all the time.
yeah. I
They're probably pretty good.
that's who I need to see.
Okay.
That's who I need to see. How you doing on this beautiful Tuesday, Whitey?
Good. So the Kings are actually talking to these teams about these players? Really? Is that where we are? They're talking with the Cavs now about Big Toe?
Yeah, about the big great toe.
That's his new nickname, basketball.
Apparently,
reference.
talks have stalled with the Hawks.
Yeah. Did you think I was crazy, Whitey? And I know
think
typically you do.
I do.
But about if you're just gonna go Darius Garland, just go grab Colin Sexton. That's just how I feel today. Maybe I'm not being respectful to Darius Garland. I just don't think they're doing anything. So why spend the money?
He's better.
He is. Yeah. He is. Is he $20 million better? I don't know that. I don't know. You know, they're all these guys are in that 25 to 26, 27 age range. And could some of these guys take leaps? You know, and I think part of it is these smaller guards kind of feels like there's a cap on them. And Darius Garland's been playing really well. So that makes me feel like, okay, he's either going to keep playing like this or he's going to get worse. I don't know if Darius Garland and Trey Young can get better, right? Or
he's young enough where if you were to get him, you'd have a point guard who, in theory anyway, could be your point guard for a few years more than just a bridge guy.
Yes.
Like your guy, Tyus Jones. And I know you're excited.
Oh, well, I'm about look, either way, then that's part of the point of this. Either way, I could see you're just spending money and I could still see you missing the playoffs. That's really what it comes down to.
Right.
Right. Is there anybody out there that you can get that makes you feel I just don't see them missing the playoffs? And maybe it doesn't exist. Maybe if your other two big three participants are Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis, there's nobody realistically out there that will make you feel like there is a 80% chance this team is making the playoffs. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe. I mean, there probably is somewhere, some way.
Realistically.
Yeah.
Well, and add this on. That's not going to cost you Keegan. And maybe that's the conversation where you got to pick and choose. And Domantas Sabonis obviously wants to compete. If you're Scott Perry and ownership, is the conversation how badly do we want to keep Domantas Sabonis happy? Because, PJ Washington and Tyus Jones, I don't think you're keeping him very happy.
Let me ask you, Allen, because when you guys talked about Precious Achiuwa, you were kind of on the fence. So you in? Are you all the way in on Achiuwa or out?
No, I'm out.
Because you were kind of like, I couldn't tell.
I'm just not thinking about a third center right now for the Kings. That's where I'm at. Or a forward that can't shoot.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
Just
every time he scored,
don't.
Scott Moak.
This is why you brought this.
Achiuwa! Oh, boy.
Yeah, we'd be sneezing our way to the 10 seed. That's what we'd be doing.
Ooh, you're salty today. You're not in a good frame of mind as far as the Kings go.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
I've done a 180. Every time we talk about any player, I was very, I'm not sure, just thinking about it very carefully. Now, I was talking to Jay yesterday after Rancho Murrieta, and he, just listening to me, convinced me. I'm in on anybody, just initially. Like, I will, yes, whoever it is, let's talk about it. Let's look at everything.
That's how they ended up with DeMar DeRozan.
Well, I'm not saying I want everyone, but I'm interested in everybody because I need a lot of everything.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't think you need a lot of.
Let's look. Porzingis. Oh, let's see.
No, you don't need a lot of Precious Achiuwa.
Why not?
You don't. You have Sabonis and Valanciunas.
Mm-hmm. Give me a little bit of beef on the front line, but I'm with you. It's like, yeah, you could bring him in. Maybe he makes you a little bit better, but ultimately it's not going to matter. You need to do a lot more than bring him in.
Yeah, we were, and the other reports, the Trey Young part of it. Would you rather have Darius Garland than Trey Young?
If those are my two choices, I'd rather have Darius Garland.
Why?
Trey Young, to me, he's one of, if not the most overrated player in the NBA, because he's not efficient and he doesn't defend and he turns the ball over a lot. Now he has the ball a lot, so he turns the ball over in part because he
11 assists a game.
Yeah,
11. Well, he'll fit right in.
Yeah, he doesn't shoot the ball very well.
What do you mean he doesn't shoot the ball very well?
He was like 41%.
Yeah,
that's not
from three.
No. Yeah, I think he was 41% overall and like 34% from three.
From three? Hold on, I got it up.
34 is not horrible, but it's not great.
Well,
he shoots a lot and he doesn't guard. I just don't need any more poor defenders on this team.
So, yeah, he was at 34 this year, but
yeah, thank you.
But for his career, he's at 35.
Oh, well, okay then.
And he's taken 8.4 a game, Whitey.
Yeah, I know people love him. A lot of people listening to this station will say, yes, they should get him. And to me, I've never been as high on him as a lot of people have been.
Yeah, and Darius Garland, I just think he is, to use the Pokemon kind of comparison, I just think he is the Charizard of the Colin Sextons of those types of play.
Man, we took a long trip there. That was like me on my way to Rancho Murrieta yesterday. Listen, you guys, I don't know where I was.
This is what I'm saying.
MapQuest took me in the middle of nowhere. I found my way there, but
you got lost.
No, I guess I didn't. I just wasn't sure where I was going.
What were you guys doing out there?
Well, there was a benefit charity golf tournament.
But you didn't play.
I did not play. We did the show. Kyle played, but we talked to Marcus Dupree and Harold Presley, and we talked to Olden Polonese. Steve Berline was going to come on, but we didn't have time for him. So, yeah.
So you didn't get out there?
Did not swing the sticks at all.
Not one?
Nope.
At all?
Nope. No, did not.
I mean, I don't want to. I don't want either guy. I just don't know. I guess we've just kind of completely flipped positions. I just don't know why the quote unquote big fish that are out there. I think the issue is I've gone from wanting the fringe moves to wanting the big fish to now kind of looking at the quote unquote big fish thinking the West is maybe just the issue to me. And I don't know that there is a singular move that if you get Darius Garland and PJ Washington, maybe I would say, what percentage would you put that at, Whitey? if you could hold on to Keegan Murray, okay, and you get, like, best case scenario for the Kings, you get Darius Garland and PJ Washington, what percentage chance would you give the Kings to make the playoffs? Are you going 80? Are you going
Before
70?
I answer, I'm going to see if you've looked at this. I think you were on the air here when your buddy Sittery posted this about, I don't know, 11 minutes ago, something like that. The Magic are open to packaging Jonathan Isaac and or Cole Anthony.
Oh, yeah.
With their 2 first-round draft picks to acquire a rotational upgrade. Would you be interested in that? I would. I'd give him a call. Hey, what's up? What are you thinking?
So is that
2 firsts and either?
But what's the upgrade? Who are you giving up?
DeRozan.
And?
I definitely would be willing to
I think it would.
DeRozan.
Oh, yeah, but that's not going to be enough.
I think you would only get one.
That's what I'm going
of
to call
the
him.
2. I think you would get either Isaac or Anthony.
Right. That's what it says.
That one would be less of a you get both. That is a you get one.
No, and I'll tell you why.
But you get 2 picks.
No, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you, yes, the picks, sure. Because as long as they've learned their lesson, the Magic. Because the Magic, the Blazers, the Nets, all these teams that had these guys that didn't want to move them, I don't want to do business with them now. When everybody wanted Jonathan Isaac.
Cole Anthony could be your point guard.
Then that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. Cole Anthony.
Yeah.
Cool.
Magic Johnson's not available currently.
No, I'm just saying.
And 2 first-round picks.
Yes, the picks, then I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in on that.
That to me is ideal in the sense that you address your short-term right now needs and your longer-term needs with the picks. I like that.
I like that too. If you're going to actually get the picks.
Yeah.
Because once you get the call, actually, it's a protected first and a second round.
I would check into it.
The trade of DeMar DeRozan for Jonathan Isaac, Cole Anthony, and pick number 25 works.
You're not getting both.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting both.
Yeah, it's either 16 or 25. I think they're more likely to get 25 than 16 for DeMar DeRozan.
This says Jonathan Isaac. Oh, it does say or Cole Anthony with their 2 first-round draft picks.
Right. And yes.
It does say, you're right, Kyle.
And or depending on.
Yeah.
They would have to include both for DeRozan. They would only have to do 1 for Malik Monk.
There you go. Problem solved.
I'm more looking at the guy in the background of that picture. You see who's in the background of that picture, Whitey?
Who's in the background?
Gary Harris?
Go look who's in the background of that picture, Whitey.
Jose Alvarado?
That's what I'm talking about.
For what?
Whatever you need.
Why do you say it like that?
Give me
Jose Alvarado.
Give me Herb Jones and Jose Alvarado, and let's go cook.
Jose Alvarado's your point guard? Your full-time? He's a great player coming off the bench.
Yeah,
full-time
him
point
and
guard, I don't know.
Him and Malik type deal, something. Grand Theft Alvarado. I'm just saying. I'm trying to be positive here, Whitey.
There you go. Okay.
You said you wouldn't say no to anyone.
Right.
You said you would not say no to anyone, Whitey.
Right.
We could also do DeMar DeRozan for Cole Anthony, Gary Harris, and Jet Howard.
Now, if you're under 22,
I want the picks. I want
Jet Howard.
Do you?
Now ask me how much I've seen Jet Howard play.
I think I know.
How about Denzel Clarke, huh? We had Eric Martins on, third base coach for the A's. He could be, that's what I said, Whitey. If he can hit 240, he'll be viewed as maybe the best defensive center fielder in the league for the next decade.
Whitey. He'll be in the league a long time. And even if he doesn't hit, he'll be a great, defensive center fielder on a really good team.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to play a long time. Hopefully he'll hit at least a little bit.
Right. If they can just let the hit doctor talk to him, we can figure this out.
There you go.
Whitey Gleason coming up next, along with Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. The Drive, guys. Gotcha. Next 4 hours. Thank you all the callers, texters, sack chatters, and to Coach Eric Martins. Until tomorrow, secure the bag like the bean.
Don't forget my podcast. Gotta go. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant,